Good morning. Committee will come to order. The chair notes the presence of a quorum. Good morning. Welcome, Madam Secretary. Welcome to each of you. This is a public hearing of the Benghazi Select Committee. Just a couple of quick administrative matters before we start, Madam Secretary. There are predetermined breaks, but I want to make it absolutely clear we can take a break for any reason or for no reason. If you or anyone would just simply alert me, then we will take a break, and it can be for any reason or for no reason. To our guests, we are happy to have you here. The witness deserves to hear the questions, and the members deserve to hear the answers. So proper decorum must be observed at all times. No reaction to questions or answers. No disruptions. Some committees take an incremental approach to decorum. I do not. This is your one and only notice. Madam Secretary, the ranking member and I will give opening statements, and then you will be recognized for your opening statement. And then after that, the members will alternate from one side to the other. And because you have already been sworn, we will go straight to your opening. So I will now recognize myself and then recognize Mr. Cummings and then you, Madam Secretary. Chris Stevens, Sean Smith, Glenn Doherty, and Tyrone Woods served this country with courage and with honor. And they were killed under circumstances that most of us could never imagine. Terrorists pour through the front gate of an American facility, attacking people and property with machine guns, mortars, and fire. It is important that we remember how these four men died. It is equally important that we remember how these four men lived and why. They were more than four images on a television screen. They were husbands and fathers and sons and brothers and family and friends. They were Americans who believed in service and sacrifice. Many people speak wistfully of a better world, but do little about it. These four went out and actually tried to make it better. And it cost them their lives. So we know what they gave us. What do we owe them? Justice for those that killed them. We owe their families our everlasting gratitude, respect. We owe them and each other the truth. The truth about why we were in Libya. The truth about what we were doing in Libya. The truth about the escalating violence in Libya before we were attacked and these four men were killed. The truth about requests for additional security. The truth about requests for additional personnel. The truth about requests for additional equipment. The truth about where and why our military was positioned as it was on the anniversary of 9/11. The truth about what was happening and being discussed in Washington while our people were under attack. The truth about what led to the attacks and the truth about what our government told the American people after the attacks. Why were there so many requests for more security personnel and equipment, and why were those requests denied in Washington? Why did the State Department, compound and facility, not even come close to meeting proper security specifications? What policies were we pursuing in Libya that required a physical presence in spite of the escalating violence? Who in Washington was aware of the escalating violence? What precautions, if any, were taken on the anniversary of 9/11? What happened in Washington after the first attack, and what was our response to that attack? What did the military do or not do? What did our leaders in Washington do or not do, and when? Why was the American public given such divergent accounts of what caused these attacks? And why is it so hard to get information from the very government these four men represented, served, and sacrificed for? Even after an accountability review board and a half dozen congressional investigations, these and other questions still lingered. And these questions lingered because previous investigations were not thorough. These questions lingered because those previous investigations were narrow in scope and either incapable or unwilling to access the facts and evidence necessary to answer all relevant question. So the House of Representatives, including some Democrats, I hasten to add, asked this committee to write the final definitive accounting of what happened in Benghazi. This committee is the first committee to review more than 50,000 pages of documents because we insisted that they be produced. This committee is the first committee to demand access to more eyewitnesses because serious investigations talk to as many eyewitnesses as possible. This committee is the first committee to thoroughly and individually interview scores of other witnesses, many of them for the first time. This committee is the first committee to review thousands of pages of documents from top State Department personnel. This committee is the first committee to demand access to relevant documents from the CIA, the FBI, the Department of Defense, and even the White House. This committee is the first committee to demand access to the emails to and from Ambassador Chris Stevens. How could an investigation possibly be considered serious without reviewing the emails of the person most knowledgeable about Libya? This committee is the first committee, the only committee, to uncover the fact that Secretary Clinton exclusively used personal email on her own personal server for official business and kept the public record, including emails about Benghazi and Libya, in her own custody and control for almost 2 years after she left office. You will hear a lot today about the Accountability Review Board. Secretary Clinton has mentioned it more than 70 times in her previous testimony before Congress. But when you hear about the ARB, you should also know the State Department leadership handpicked the members of the ARB. The ARB never interviewed Secretary Clinton. The ARB never reviewed her emails. And Secretary Clinton's top advisor was allowed to review and suggest changes to the ARB before the public ever saw it. There's no transcript of ARB interviews, so it's impossible to know whether all relevant questions were asked and answered. And because there's no transcript, it is also impossible to cite the ARB interviews with any particularity at all. That is not independent. That is not accountability. That is not a serious investigation. You will hear there were previous congressional investigations into Benghazi, and that is true. And it should make you wonder why those investigations failed to interview so many witnesses and access so many documents. If those previous congressional investigations were really serious and thorough, how did they miss Ambassador Stevens' emails? If those previous investigations were serious and thorough, how did they miss Secretary Clinton's emails? If those congressional investigations really were serious and thorough, why did they fail to interview dozens of key State Department witnesses, including agents on the ground who experienced the attacks firsthand? Just last month, 3 years after Benghazi, top aides finally returned documents to the State Department. A month ago, this committee received 1,500 new pages of Secretary Clinton's emails related to Libya and Benghazi, 3 years after the attacks. And a little over 2 weeks ago, this committee received nearly 1,400 pages of Ambassador Stevens' emails, 3 years after the attacks. It is impossible to conduct a serious, fact-centric investigation without access to the documents from the former Secretary of State, the ambassador who knew more about Libya than anyone else, and testimony from witnesses who survived the attacks. Madam Secretary, I understand there are people, frankly, in both parties who have suggested that this investigation is about you. Let me assure you it is not, and let me assure you why it is not. This investigation is about 4 people who were killed representing our country on foreign soil. It is about what happened before, during, and after the attacks that killed them. It is about what this country owes to those who risk their lives to serve it. And it is about the fundamental obligation of government to tell the truth, always, to the people that it purports to represent. Madam Secretary, not a single member of this committee signed up to investigate you or your email. We signed up to investigate and therefore honor the lives of 4 people that we sent into a dangerous country to represent us and to do everything we can to prevent it from happening to others. Our committee has interviewed 100 witnesses. Not a single one of them has been named Clinton until today. You were the Secretary of State for this country at all relevant times. So of course the committee is going to want to talk to you. You are an important witness. You are one important witness among 100 important witnesses. And I do understand you wanted to come sooner than today, so let me be clear why that did not happen. You had an unusual email arrangement, which meant the State Department could not produce your emails to us. You made exclusive use of personal email and a personal server. And when you left the State Department, you kept the public record to yourself for almost 2 years. And it was you and your attorneys who decided what to return and what to delete. Those decisions were your decisions, not our decisions. It was only in March of this year we learned of this email arrangement. And since we learned of this email arrangement, we have interviewed dozens of witnesses, only one of whom was solely related to your email arrangement. And that was the shortest interview of all, because that witness invoked his Fifth Amendment privilege against incrimination. Making sure the public record is complete is what serious investigations do, so it was important and remains important that this committee have access to all of Ambassador Stevens' emails, the emails of other senior leaders and witnesses, and it is important to gain access to all of your emails, Madam Secretary. Your emails are no less or no more important than the emails of anyone else. It just took us a little bit longer to get them, and it garnered a little more attention in the process. I want you to take note during this hearing how many times congressional Democrats call on this administration to make long-awaited documents available to us. They won't. Take note of how many witnesses congressional Democrats ask us to schedule for interview. They won't. We would be much closer to finding out what happened and writing the final definitive report if Democrats on this committee had helped us just a little bit pursue the facts. But if the Democrats on this committee had their way, dozens of witnesses never would have been interviewed. Your public record would still be private. Thousands of documents never would have been accessed. And we wouldn't have the emails of our own ambassador. That may be smart politics, but it is a lousy way to run a serious investigation. There are certain characteristics that make our country unique in the annals of history. We are the greatest experiment in self-governance the world has ever known. And part of that self-governance comes self-scrutiny, even of the highest officials. Our country is strong enough to handle the truth, and our fellow citizens expect us to pursue the truth wherever the facts take us. So this committee is going to do what we pledged to do and what should have been done, frankly, a long time ago, which is interview all relevant witnesses, examine all relevant evidence, and access all relevant documents. And we're going to pursue the truth in a manner worthy of the memory of the 4 people who lost their lives and worthy of the respect of our fellow citizens. And we are going to write that final definitive accounting of what happened in Benghazi. And we would like to do it with your help and the help of our Democrat colleagues, but make no mistake, we are going to do it nonetheless. Because understanding what happened in Benghazi goes to the heart of who we are as a country and the promises we make to those that we send into harm's way. They deserve the truth. They deserve the whole truth. They deserve nothing but the truth. The people we work for deserve the truth. The friends and family of the 4 who lost their lives deserve the truth. We're going to find the truth because there is no statute of limitations on the truth. With that, I would recognize my friend from Maryland.
The truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. The truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Madam Secretary, I want to thank you very much for being here today to testify before Congress on this very important issue. This is your third time. This week, our chairman, Mr. Gowdy, was interviewed in a lengthy media profile. During his interview, he complained that he was, and I quote, he has an impossible job. That's what the chairman said, impossible job. He said it's impossible to conduct a serious, fact-centric investigation in such a, quote, political environment. I have great respect for the chairman, but on this score, he is absolutely wrong. In fact, it has been done by his own Republican colleagues in the House on this very issue, Benghazi. The Republican chairman of the House Intelligence Committee conducted an extensive, bipartisan, 2-year investigation and issued a detailed report. The Senate Intelligence Committee and the Senate Homeland Security Committee also conducted a bipartisan investigation. Those bipartisan efforts respected and honored the memories of the 4 brave Americans who gave their lives in Benghazi. Ambassador Chris Stevens, Sean Smith, Tyrone Woods, and Glenn Doherty. The problem is that the Republican caucus did not like the answers they got from those investigations. So they set up this select committee with no rules, no deadline, and an unlimited budget. And they set them loose, Madam Secretary, because you're running for president. Clearly, it is possible to conduct a serious bipartisan investigation. What is impossible is for any reasonable person to continue denying that Republicans are squandering millions of taxpayer dollars on this abusive effort to derail Secretary Clinton's presidential campaign. In the chairman's interview, he tried to defend against this criticism by attempting to cast himself as the victim. And he complained about attacks on the credibility of the Select Committee. His argument would be more compelling if Republicans weren't leading the charge. As we all know, Representative Kevin McCarthy, Speaker Boehner's second-in-command and the chairman's close friend, admitted that they established the Select Committee to drive down Secretary Clinton's poll numbers. Democrats didn't say that. The second-in-command in the House said that, a Republican. Republican Congressman Richard Hanna said the Select Committee was, quote, designed to go after Secretary Clinton. And one of the chairman's own hand-picked investigators, a self-proclaimed conservative Republican, charged that he was fired in part for not going along with these plans to, quote, hyper-focus on Hillary Clinton, end of quote. These stark admissions reflect exactly what we have seen inside the Select Committee for the past year. Let's just take a look at the facts. Since January, Republicans have canceled every single hearing on our schedule for the entire year, except for this one, Secretary Clinton. They also canceled numerous interviews that they had planned with the Defense Department and the CIA officials. Instead of doing that, they said what they were going to do, Republicans zeroed in on Secretary Clinton, her speechwriters, her IT staffers, and her campaign officials. This is what the Republicans did, not the Democrats. When Speaker Boehner established this Select Committee, He justified it by arguing that it would, quote, cross jurisdictional lines. I assume he meant we would focus on more than just Secretary of State. But Madam Secretary, you're sitting there by yourself. The Secretary of Defense is not on your left. The Director of the CIA is not on your right. That's because Republicans abandoned their own plans to question those top officials. So instead of being cross-jurisdictional, Republicans just crossed them off the list. Last weekend, the chairman told the Republican colleagues to shut up and stop talking about the Select Committee. What I want to know is this, and this is a key question. Why tell the Republicans to shut up when they are telling the truth, but not when they are attacking Secretary Clinton with reckless accusations that are demonstrably false? Why not tell them to shut up then? Carly Fiorina has said that Secretary Clinton has blood on her hands. Mike Huckabee accused her of ignoring the warning calls from dying Americans in Benghazi. Senator Rand Paul said Benghazi was a 3 a.m. phone call that she never picked up. And Senator Lindsey Graham tweeted, "Where the hell were you on the night of the Benghazi attack?" Everyone on this panel knows these accusations are baseless, from our own investigation and all those before it. Yet, Republican members of this Select Committee remain silent. On Monday, the Democrats issued a report showing that none of the 54 witnesses the committee interviewed substantiated these wild Republican claims. Secretary Clinton did not order the military to stand down, and she neither approved nor denied requests for additional security. I ask that our report be included in the official record for today's hearing, Mr. Chairman.
Without objection.
What is so telling is that we issued virtually the same report a year ago. Same report. When we first joined the Select Committee, I asked my staff to put together a complete report and database setting forth the questions that had been asked about the attacks and all of the answers that were provided in the 8 previous investigations. I ask that this report also be included in the record, Mr. Chairman.
Without objection.
The problem is that rather than accepting these facts, Republicans continue to spin new conspiracy theories that are just as outlandish and inaccurate. For example, the chairman recently tried to argue that Sidney Blumenthal was Secretary Clinton's primary advisor on Libya. And this past Sunday, Representative Pompeo claimed on national television that Secretary Clinton relied on Sidney Blumenthal for most of her intelligence on Libya. Earlier this week, the Washington Post fact checker awarded this claim 4 Pinocchios, its worst rating. Here's the bottom line. The Select Committee has spent 17 months and $4.7 million of taxpayer money. We've held 4 hearings and conducted 54 interviews and depositions. Yes, we have received some new emails from Secretary Clinton, Ambassador Stevens, and others. And yes, we have conducted some new interviews. But these documents and interviews do not show any nefarious activity. In fact, it's just the opposite. The new information we have obtained confirms and corroborates the core facts we already knew from 8 previous investigations. They provide more detail, but they do not change the basic conclusions. It is time now for the Republicans to end this taxpayer-funded fishing expedition. we need to come together and shift from politics to policy. That's what the American people want, shifting from politics to policy. We need to finally make good on our promises to the families. And the families only asked us to do three things. One, do not make this a political football. Two, find the facts. Three, do everything in your power to make sure that this does not happen again. And so we need to start focusing on what we here in Congress can do to improve the safety and security of our diplomatic corps in the future. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Chair, thanks to the gentleman from Maryland. Madam Secretary, you are recognized for your opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Ranking Member Cummings, members of this committee. The terrorist attacks at our diplomatic compound and later at the CIA post in Benghazi, Libya on September 11th, 2012, took the lives of 4 brave Americans: Ambassador Chris Stevens, Sean Smith, Glenn Doherty, and Tyrone Woods. I'm here to honor the service of those 4 men, the courage of the Diplomatic Security Agency and the CIA officers who risked their lives that night, and the work their colleagues do every single day all over the world. I knew and admired Chris Stevens. He was one of our nation's most accomplished diplomats. Chris's mother liked to say that he had sand in his shoes because he was always moving, always working, especially in the Middle East that he came to know so well. When the revolution broke out in Libya, we named Chris as our envoy to the opposition. There was no easy way to get him into Benghazi to begin gathering information and meeting those Libyans who were rising up against the murderous dictator Gaddafi. But he found a way to get himself there on a Greek cargo ship, just like a 19th century American envoy. But his work was very much 21st century hard-nosed diplomacy. It is a testament to the relationships that he built in Libya that on the day following the awareness of his death, tens of thousands of Libyans poured into the streets in Benghazi. They held signs reading, "Thugs don't represent Benghazi or Islam. Sorry, people of America, this is not the behavior of our Islam or our prophet." Chris Stevens, a friend to all Libyans. Although I didn't have the privilege of meeting Sean Smith personally, he was a valued member of our State Department family. An Air Force veteran, he was an information management officer who had served in Pretoria, Baghdad, Montreal, and The Hague. Tyrone Woods and Glenn Doherty worked for the CIA. They were killed by mortar fire at the CIA's outpost in Benghazi, a short distance from the diplomatic compound. They were both former Navy SEALs and trained paramedics with distinguished records of service, including in Iraq and Afghanistan. As Secretary of State, I had the honor to lead and the responsibility to support nearly 70,000 diplomats and development experts across the globe. Losing any one of them, as we did in Iraq, Afghanistan, Mexico, Haiti, and Libya, during my tenure was deeply painful for our entire State Department and USAID family, and for me personally. I was the one who asked Chris to go to Libya as our envoy. I was the one who recommended him to be our ambassador to the president. After the attacks, I stood next to President Obama as Marines carried his casket and those of the other 3 Americans off the plane at Andrews Air Force Base. I took responsibility. And as part of that, before I left office, I launched reforms to better protect our people in the field and help reduce the chance of another tragedy happening in the future. What happened in Benghazi has been scrutinized by a nonpartisan, hard-hitting accountability review board, 7 prior congressional investigations, multiple news organizations, and of course, our law enforcement and intelligence agencies. So today, I would like to share 3 observations about how we can learn from this tragedy and move forward as a nation. First, America must lead in a dangerous world, and our diplomats must continue representing us in dangerous places. The State Department sends people to more than 270 posts in 170 countries around the world. Chris Stevens understood that diplomats must operate in many places where our soldiers do not, where there are no other boots on the ground, and safety is far from guaranteed. In fact, he volunteered for just those assignments. He also understood we will never prevent every act of terrorism or achieve perfect security, and that we inevitably must accept a level of risk to protect our country and advance our interests and values. And make no mistake, the risks are real. Terrorists have killed more than 65 American diplomatic personnel since the 1970s, and more than 100 contractors and locally employed staff. Since 2001, there have been more than 100 attacks on U.S. diplomatic facilities around the world. But if you ask our most experienced ambassadors, they'll tell you they can't do their jobs for us from bunkers. It would compound the tragedy of Benghazi if Chris Stevens' death and the death of the other 3 Americans ended up undermining the work to which he and they devoted their lives. We have learned the hard way when America is absent, especially from unstable places, there are consequences. Extremism takes root, aggressors seek to fill the vacuum, and security everywhere is threatened, including here at home. That's why Chris was in Benghazi. It's why he had served previously in Syria, Egypt, Saudi Arabia, and Jerusalem during the Second Intifada. Nobody knew the dangers of Libya better. A weak government, extremist groups, rampant instability. But Chris chose to go to Benghazi because he understood America had to be represented there at that pivotal time. He knew that eastern Libya was where the revolution had begun and that unrest there could derail the country's fragile transition to democracy. And if extremists gained a foothold, they would have the chance to destabilize the entire region, including Egypt and Tunisia. He also knew how urgent it was to ensure that the weapons Gaddafi had left strewn across the country, including shoulder-fired missiles that could knock an airplane out of the sky, did not fall into the wrong hands. The nearest Israeli airport is just a day's drive from the Libyan border. Above all, Chris understood that most people in Libya or anywhere reject the extremists' argument that violence can ever be a path to dignity or justice. That's what those thousands of Libyans were saying after they learned of his death. And he understood there was no substitute for going beyond the embassy walls and doing the hard work of building relationships. Retreat from the world is not an option. America cannot shrink from our responsibility to lead. That doesn't mean we should ever return to the go-it-alone foreign policy of the past, a foreign policy that puts boots on the ground as a first choice rather than a last resort. Quite the opposite. We need creative, confident leadership that harnesses all of America's strengths and values, leadership that integrates and balances the tools of diplomacy, development, and defense. And at the heart of that effort must be dedicated professionals like Chris Stevens and his colleagues, who put their lives on the line for a country, our country, because they believed, as I do, that America is the greatest force for peace and progress the world has ever known. My second observation is this: we have a responsibility to provide our diplomats with the resources and support they need to do their jobs as safely and effectively as possible. After previous deadly attacks, leaders from both parties and both branches of government came together to determine what went wrong and how to fix it for the future. That's what happened during the Reagan administration, when Hezbollah attacked our embassy and killed 63 people, including 17 Americans. And then in a later attack, attacked our Marine barracks and killed so many more. Those two attacks in Beirut resulted in the deaths of 258 Americans. It's what happened during the Clinton administration when Al-Qaeda bombed our embassies in Kenya and Tanzania, killing more than 200 people, wounding more than 2,000 people, and killing 12 Americans. And it's what happened during the Bush administration after 9/11. Part of America's strength is we learn, we adapt, and we get stronger. After the Benghazi attacks, I asked Ambassador Thomas Pickering, one of our most distinguished and longest-serving diplomats, along with Admiral Mike Mullen, the former chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff appointed by President George W. Bush, to lead an accountability review board. This is an institution that the Congress set up after the terrible attacks in Beirut. There have been 18 previous accountability review boards. Only 2 have ever made any of their findings public. The one following the attacks on our embassies in East Africa, and the one following the attack on Benghazi. The Accountability Review Board did not pull a single punch. They found systemic problems and management deficiencies in 2 State Department bureaus. And the review board recommended 29 specific improvements. I pledged that by the time I left office, every one would be on the way to implementation. And they were. More Marines were slated for deployment to high-threat embassies. Additional diplomatic security agents were being hired and trained. And Secretary Kerry has continued this work. But there is more to do, and no administration can do it alone. Congress has to be our partner, as it has been after previous tragedies. For example, the Accountability Review Board and subsequent investigations have recommended improved training for our officers before they deploy to the field. But efforts to establish a modern joint training center are being held up by Congress. The men and women who serve our country deserve better. Finally, there is one more observation I'd like to share. I traveled to 112 countries as Secretary of State. Every time I did, I felt great pride and honor representing the country that I love. We need leadership at home to match our leadership abroad. Leadership that puts national security ahead of politics and ideology. Our nation has a long history of bipartisan cooperation on foreign policy and national security. Not that we always agree, far from it, but we do come together when it counts. As Secretary of State, I worked with the Republican chairman of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee to pass a landmark nuclear arms control treaty with Russia. I worked with the Republican leader, Senator Mitch McConnell, to open up Burma, now Myanmar, to democratic change. I know it's possible to find common ground because I have done it. We should debate on the basis of fact, not fear. We should resist denigrating the patriotism or loyalty of those with whom we disagree. So I'm here. Despite all the previous investigations and all the talk about partisan agendas, I'm here to honor those we lost and to do what I can to aid those who serve us still. My challenge to you, members of this committee, is the same challenge I put to myself. Let's be worthy of the trust the American people have bestowed upon us. They expect us to lead, to learn the right lessons, to rise above partisanship, and to reach for statesmanship. That's what I try to do every day as Secretary of State, and it's what I hope we will all strive for here today and into the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. I did not cut off your opening at all, nor would I think about doing so, because the subject matter is critically important and you deserve to be heard. I would just simply note that, and I don't plan on cutting off any of your answers. Our members have questions that we believe are worthy of being answered, so I would just simply note that we do plan to ask all of the questions, and whatever precision and concision that you can give to the answers without giving short shrift to any of the answers would be much appreciated. And with that, I would recognize the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Roscom.
Morning, Secretary Clinton. Jake Sullivan, your chief foreign policy advisor, wrote a TikTok on Libya memo on August 21st, 2011, and this was the day before the rebels took Tripoli. He titles it, quote, Secretary Clinton's leadership on Libya, in which he describes you as, quote, a critical voice and, quote, the public face of the U.S. effort in Libya and instrumental in tightening the noose around Gaddafi and his regime. But that didn't come easy, did it? Because you faced considerable opposition, and I can pause while you're reading your notes from your staff.
One thing at a time, Congressman, thanks.
That didn't come easy, did it? That leadership role and that public face and so forth that I just mentioned?
I know this is an issue that the committee has raised, and it really boils down to why were we in Libya? Why did the United States join with our NATO and European allies, join with our Arab partners to protect the people of Libya against the murderous planning of Gaddafi? Why did we take a role alongside our partners in doing so? There were a number of reasons for that, and I think it is important to remind the American people where we were at the time when the people of Libya, like people across the region, rose up demanding freedom and democracy, a chance to chart their own futures. And Gaddafi threatened them with genocide, with hunting them down like cockroaches. And we were then approached with great intensity our closest allies in Europe, people who felt very strongly, the French and the British, but others as well, that they could not stand idly by and permit that to happen so close to their shores with the unintended consequences that they worried about. And they asked for the United States to help. We did not immediately say yes. We did an enormous amount of due diligence in meeting with not only our European and Arab partners, but also with those who were heading up what was called the Transitional National Council. And we had experienced diplomats who were digging deep into what was happening in Libya and what the possibilities were before we agreed to provide very specific, limited help to the European and Arab efforts. We did not put one American soldier on the ground. We did not have one casualty. And in fact, I think by many measures, the cooperation between NATO and Arab forces was quite remarkable and something that we want to learn more lessons from.
Secretary Clinton, you were meeting with opposition within the State Department, from very senior career diplomats, in fact, and they were saying that it was going to produce a net negative for U.S. military intervention. For example, in a March 9th, 2011 email discussing what has become known as the Libya Options Memo, Ambassador Stephen Mull, then the Executive Secretary of the State Department, and one of the top career diplomats, said this: "In the case of our diplomatic history, when we've provided material or tactical military support to people seeking to drive their leaders from power, no matter how just their cause, it's tended to produce net negatives for our interests over the long term in those countries." Now, we'll come back to that in a minute, but you overruled those career diplomats. I mean, they report to you, and you're the chief diplomat of the United States. Go ahead and read the note if you need to.
I have to.
I'm not done with my question. I'm just giving you the courtesy of reading your notes.
That's all right.
All right. They were pushing back, but you overcame those objections. But then you had another big obstacle, didn't you? And that was the White House itself. There were senior voices within the White House that were opposed to military action. Vice President Biden, Department of Defense, Secretary Gates, the National Security Council, and so forth. But you persuaded President Obama to intervene militarily. Isn't that right?
Well, Congressman, I think it's important to point out there were many in the State Department who believed it was very much in America's interests and in furtherance of our values to protect the Libyan people, to join with our European allies and our Arab partners. The ambassador, who had to be withdrawn from Libya because of direct attack or direct threats to his physical safety, but who knew Libya very well, Ambassador Kretz, was a strong advocate for doing what we could to assist the Europeans and the Arabs. I think it's fair to say there were concerns and there were varying opinions about what to do, how to do it, and the like. At the end of the day, this was the president's decision, and all of us fed in our views. I did not favor it until I had done, as I said, the due diligence, speaking with not just people within our government and within the governments of all of the other nations who were urging us to assist them, but also meeting in person with the gentleman who had assumed a lead role in the Transitional National Council. So it is, of course, fair to say this was a difficult decision. I wouldn't sit here and say otherwise, and there were varying points of view about it. But at the end of the day, in large measure, because of the strong appeals from our European allies, the Arab League passing a resolution urging that the United States and NATO join with them, those were unprecedented requests. And we did decide, in recommending to the president, that there was a way to do it. The president, I think, very clearly had a limited instruction about how to proceed. And the first planes that flew were French planes. And I think what the United States provided was some of our unique capacity. But the bulk of the work militarily was done by Europeans and Arabs.
Well, I think you're underselling yourself. You got the State Department on board, you convinced the president, you overcame the objections of Vice President Biden and Secretary of Defense Gates. the National Security Council, and you had another obstacle then, and that was the United Nations. And you were able to persuade the Russians, of all things, to abstain, and had you not been successful in arguing that abstention, the Security Council Resolution 1973 wouldn't have passed because the Russians had a veto. So you overcame that obstacle as well. Isn't that right?
Well, Congressman, it is right that after doing my due diligence and reviewing the various options and the potential consequences of pursuing each of them, I was in favor of the United States joining with our European allies and our Arab partners, and I also was in favor of obtaining UN Security Council support because I thought that would provide greater legitimacy. In that, of course, our ambassador to the UN was very influential and successful in making the case to her colleagues. But this was at the behest of and the direction of the president once he was presented with the varying arguments.
And you presented
Congressman,
the argument.
I have been in a number of Situation Room discussions. I remember very well the very intense conversation over whether or not to launch the Navy SEALs against the compound we thought in Abbottabad that might house bin Laden. There was a split in the advisors around the president. Eventually, the president makes the decision. I supported doing what we could to support our European and Arab partners in their effort on a humanitarian basis, a strategic basis, to prevent Gaddafi from launching and carrying out mass massacres.
There was another obstacle that you overcame, and that was the Arabs themselves. Jake Sullivan sent you an email, and he said this: I think you should call. It will be painful 10 minutes, but you will be the one who delivered Arab support. And that's a Jake Sullivan email of March 17th to you, asking you to call the Secretary General of the Arab League. So to put this in totality, you were able to overcome opposition within the State Department. You were able to persuade the president. You were able to persuade the United Nations and the international community. You made the call to the Arabs and brought them home. You saw it, you drove it, you articulated it, and you persuaded people. Did I get that wrong?
Well, Congressman, I was the Secretary of State. My job was to conduct the diplomacy, and the diplomacy consisted of a long series of meetings and phone calls, both here in our country and abroad, to take the measure of what people were saying and whether they meant it. We had heard sometimes before from countries saying, well, the United States should go do this. And when we'd say, well, what will you do in support of us? There was not much coming forth. This time, if they wanted us to support them in what they saw as an action vital to their respective national security interests, I wanted to be sure that they were going to bear the bulk of the load, and in fact, they did. What the United States did, as I've said, was use our unique capacities. As I recall, if you want it in monetary terms, slightly over $1 billion or less than what we spend in Iraq in one day is what the United States committed in support of our allies. You know, we ask our
Secretary,
allies to do a lot for us, Congressman.
Let me reclaim
They
my
had
time.
asked for us to help them.
Let me reclaim my time because it's expiring. Actually, you summed it up best when you emailed your senior staff and you said of this interchange, you said it's good to remind ourselves and the rest of the world that this couldn't have happened without us. And you were right, Secretary Clinton. Our Libya policy couldn't have happened without you because you were its chief architect. And I said we're going to go back to Ambassador Mull's warning about using military for regime change. And he said long-term things weren't going to turn out very well. And he was right. After your plan, things in Libya today are a disaster. I yield back.
Well, we'll have more time, I'm sure, to talk about this because that's not a view that I will ascribe to.
Thank the gentleman from Illinois and recognize the gentleman from Maryland.
Thank you very much, Madam Secretary. Again, I want to thank you for being here. I want to start with the number one question that Republicans claim has not been answered in 8 previous investigations. Yesterday, the chairman wrote an op-ed, and he said this is his top unanswered question about Benghazi. And it is, and I quote, why our people in Libya and Benghazi made so many requests for additional security personnel, and equipment and why those requests were denied? I'm going to give you a chance to answer that in a minute. Secretary Clinton, as you know, this exact question has been asked many times and answered many times. Let's start with the Accountability Review Board. Now, a moment ago, you talked about Admiral Mullen, but you also appointed another very distinguished gentleman, Ambassador Pickering. And of course, Admiral Mullen served under Republican administrations, and Ambassador Pickering, who I have a phenomenal amount of respect for, served 40 years, as you know, as a part of our diplomatic corps. He served under George H.W. Bush, and he also served as UN ambassador he also served under Reagan. Now, I'm just wondering, let me go back to that question. Why our people in Libya and Benghazi made so many requests, and then I want you to comment, it seems to be an implication that the ARB, Accountability Review Board, was not independent. And I think the chairman said they were handpicked by you. Of course, that's done by law. But would you comment on those two things, please?
Yes, I'd be happy to. You know, as I said in my opening statement, I take responsibility for what happened in Benghazi. I felt a responsibility for all 70,000 people working at the State Department and USAID. I take that very seriously. As I said with respect to security requests in Benghazi back when I testified in January of 2013, those requests and issues related to security were rightly handled by the security professionals in the department. I did not see them, I did not approve them, I did not deny them. Ambassador Pickering and Admiral Mullen make this case very clearly in their testimony before your committee and in their public comments. These issues would not ordinarily come before the Secretary of State, and they did not in this case. As Secretary, I was committed to taking aggressive measures to ensure our personnel's and facilities were as safe as possible. And certainly when the nonpartisan, critical report from the Accountability Review Board came forward, I took it very seriously, and that's why I embraced all of their recommendations and created a new position within the Diplomatic Security Bureau specifically to evaluate high-risk posts. I think it's important also to mention, Congressman, that the diplomatic security professionals who are reviewing these requests, along with those who are serving in war zones and hotspots around the world, have great expertise and experience in keeping people safe. If you go on CODELs, they are the ones who plan your trip to keep you safe. They certainly did that for me. But most importantly, that's what they do every day for everybody who serves our country as a diplomat or development professional. And I was not going to second-guess them. I was not going to substitute my judgment, which is not based on experience that they have in keeping people safe for theirs. And the changes that were recommended by the Accountability Review Board are ones that we thought made sense and began quickly to implement.
Now, the ARB, after conducting, Madam Secretary, more than 100 interviews, identified specific employee and a specific employee at the State Department who denied these requests. It was Deputy Assistant Secretary of the Bureau of Diplomatic Security, Charlene Lamb, and again, she did come before the Oversight Committee. The ARB report was very critical of her. It was also critical of her two supervisors, Principal Deputy Assistant Secretary and the Assistant Secretary for Diplomatic Security. The Oversight Committee found the same answer as the ARB. It found that this official denied these requests and it found no evidence that you approved or denied them. The problem is that Republicans just keep asking the same question over and over again and pretend they don't know the answer. In 2013, the Republican chairman of 5 House committees issued a report falsely accusing you personally of denying these requests in a cable over your signature. The next day, the chairman of the Oversight Committee, Darrell Issa, went on national television and accused you of the same thing. Can we play that clip, please?
Secretary of State was just wrong. She said she did not participate in this, and yet only a few months before the attack, she outright denied security in her signature in a cable, April 2012.
Do you remember that allegation, Madam Secretary?
I do.
Well, when the Washington Post fact checker examined this claim, they gave it 4 Pinocchios. They called it a whopper. It turns out that the Republicans had a copy of that cable, but they didn't tell the American people that your so-called signature was just a stamp that appeared on millions of cables from the State Department every single year. Is that right?
That's correct.
Now, Madam Secretary, my goal has always been to gather facts and to defend the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth. Last year, I asked our staff to compile an asked and answered database, and this specific issue was answered thoroughly. On Monday, we put out another report, and this issue was addressed yet again. But the Republicans want to keep this attack going, so they are now trying to argue that we have new emails that raise new questions. The truth is that we have reviewed these emails, and they don't contradict the previous conclusions. They confirm them. They corroborate them. We've reviewed emails from Ambassador Stevens, and they show that he asked Charlene Lamb for more security. Nothing we have obtained, not the new interviews or the new emails, changes the basic facts we have known for 3 years. Secretary Clinton, let me ask one final question, and please take as much time as you want to answer this. There's no evidence to support the Republican claims that you personally rejected security requests. So some have argued that since you knew the danger was increasing in Libya, you should have been in there making detailed decisions about whether there should be 5, 7, or even 9 security officers at any given post. Madam Secretary, I know you have answered over again. You might want to just elaborate and just, I have a minute and 7 seconds.
Well, thank you, Congressman. I think there has been some confusion, and I welcome the opportunity to try to clarify it to the best of my ability. With respect, as you rightly point out, the claims that were made about the cables, I think you have explained the fact, which is that it's the long-standing tradition of the State Department for cables from around the world to be sent to and sent from the State Department under the signature, over the signature of the Secretary of State. It's a stamp. It's just part of the tradition. There are millions of them, as you point out. They are sorted through and directed to the appropriate personnel. Very few of them ever come to my attention. None of them with respect to security regarding Benghazi did. Then the other point, which I thank you for raising so that perhaps I can speak to this one as well. There is, of course, information that we were obtaining about the increasingly dangerous environment in Libya, across the country, but in particular in eastern Libya. And we were aware of that, and we were certainly taking that into account. There was no actionable intelligence on September 11th, or even before that date, about any kind of planned attack on our compound in Benghazi. And there were a lot of debates apparently that went on within the security professionals about what to provide, because they did have to prioritize. The Accountability Review Board pointed that out. The State Department has historically, and certainly before this terrible incident, not had the amount of money that we thought would be necessary to do what was required to protect everyone. So of course there had to be priorities, and that was something that the security professionals dealt with. I think that both Admiral Mullen and Ambassador Pickering made it very clear that they thought that the high threat post should move to a higher level of scrutiny, and we had immediately moved to do that.
Thank you.
Thank the gentleman. The chair would now recognize the gentlelady from Indiana, Ms. Brooks.
Good morning, Secretary Clinton.
Morning.
Thank you for being here today. In drawing on what you just said, that very few, but no requests for Benghazi came to your attention, I'd like to show you something. This pile represents the emails that you sent or received about Libya in 2011, from February through December of 2011. This pile represents the emails you sent or received from early 2012 until the day of the attack. There are 795 emails in this pile. We've counted them. There are 67 emails in this pile in 2012. And I'm troubled by what I see here. And so my questions relate to these piles. In this pile in 2011, I see daily updates, sometimes hourly updates, from your staff about Benghazi and Chris Stevens. When I look at this pile, in 2012, I only see a handful of emails to you from your senior staff about Benghazi, and I have several questions for you about this disparity, because we know from talking to your senior advisors that they knew, and many of them are here today, seated behind you, they knew to send you important information, issues that were of importance to you, and I can only conclude by your own records that there was a lack of interest in Libya in 2012. So let's first focus, though, on this pile and what was happening in Libya in 2011. We had an ambassador to Libya, Ambassador Kretz, but you've told us that, and you told us in your opening, you handpicked Chris Stevens to be your special representative in Benghazi, and you sent him there. And by your own emails, most have provided last February, a few provided just a few weeks ago, they show that in March of 11, so we're in March of 11, you had Chris Stevens join you in Paris, where you were meeting with the leader of the Libyan revolution. And after Paris, that is when, as you talked about, Chris Stevens went into Benghazi, I believe in April 5th of 2011, on that Greek cargo ship. How long was he expected to stay? What were Chris Stevens' orders from you about Libya and about Benghazi specifically?
Chris Stevens was asked to go to Benghazi to do reconnaissance, to try to figure out who were the leaders of the insurgency who were based in Benghazi, what their goals were, what they understood would happen if they were successful. It was, as I said, the hard-nosed 21st century diplomacy that is rooted in the old-fashioned necessary work of building relationships and gathering information.
How long was he anticipated to stay in Benghazi? Do you recall?
It was open-ended. We were, in discussing it with him, unsure as to how productive it would be, whether it would be appropriate for him to stay for a long time or a short time. That was very much going to depend upon Chris's own assessment. We knew we were sending someone who understood the area, who understood the language, who understood a lot of the personalities because of the historical study that he used to love to do, and we were going to be guided by what he decided.
I'd like to draw your attention to an email. It's an email found at tab 1. It's an Ops Center email that was forwarded to you from Huma Abedin on Sunday, March 27th, that says at the bottom of the email, so the current game plan is for Mr. Stevens to move no later Wednesday from Malta to Benghazi, but the bottom of the email says the goal of this one-day trip is for him to lay the groundwork for a stay of up to 30 days. So just to refresh that recollection, I believe initially the goal was to go in for 30 days. Were you personally briefed on his security plan prior to him going into Libya? Because
Yes,
at that time, if I'm not mistaken, I'm sorry to interrupt, Gaddafi's forces were still battling the rebels, correct?
Right. That's right.
And so what were you personally briefed before you sent Mr. Stevens into Benghazi?
I was personally told by the officials who were in the State Department, who were immediately above Chris, who were making the plans for him to go in, that it was going to be expeditionary diplomacy. It was going to require him to make a lot of judgments on the ground about what he could accomplish, and including where it would be safe for him to be and how long for him to stay. And I think the initial decision was, up to 30 days and reassess, but it could have been 10 days, it could have been 60 days, depending upon what he found and what he reported back to us.
And possibly what was determined about the danger of Benghazi. Who were those officials, Secretary
Well, there were a
Clinton,
number of officials who were
that were
working.
advising you on the security specifically?
Well, with respect to the security, this was a particular concern of the Assistant Secretary for the Bureau in which Chris worked.
And I'm sorry, what was that person's name?
Assistant Secretary Jeff Feldman.
Thank you.
And it was also a concern of the Assistant Secretary for Diplomatic Security, as well as other officials within the State Department.
And
I think it's fair to say, Congresswoman, this was, we all knew, a risky undertaking. And it was something that was, as I said in my opening statement, more reminiscent of the way diplomacy was practiced back in the 19th century, because we didn't have the internet. We didn't have instantaneous communications. You would send diplomats and envoys into places and not hear from them for maybe months. This was obviously not of that kind, but it was not that different in degree from what we had done before, and it was a risky undertaking, and one which Chris volunteered for and was anxious to undertake.
And it was so risky, I'd like to pull up another email from the Ops Center that was forwarded to you from Ms. Abedin on Sunday, April 10th. So he had been there about 5 days, and it indicates that the situation in Ajdabiya had worsened to the point where Stevens is considering departing from Benghazi. This is within 5 days of him going in. Were you aware of that concern within the first 5 days that he had gone in?
Yeah.
And did anyone share that with you? And
Yes.
who did share that with you?
We were aware because we were really counting on Chris to guide us and give us the information from the ground. We had no other sources. There was no American outpost. There was no, American military presence. Eventually, other Americans representing different agencies were able to get into Benghazi and begin to do the same work, but they, of course, couldn't do that work overtly, which is why we wanted a diplomat who could be publicly meeting with people to try to get the best assessment. But it was always going to be a constant risk, and we knew that.
And so let me go back to the risk in 2011, because there was a lot of communication, once again, from your senior staff, from the State Department, to you or from you in 2011. And in fact, that is when Gaddafi fell. He fell in 2011. But then, when we go to 2012, Libya, Benghazi, Chris Stevens, the staff there, they seem to fall off your radar in 2012, and the situation's getting much worse in 2012. It was getting much worse. And let me just share for you, in your records that we have reviewed, there is not one email to you or from you in 2012 when an explosive device went off at our compound in April. There's not a single email in your records about that explosive device. So my question is, this was a very important mission in 2011. You sent Chris Stevens there, but yet when our compound is attacked in 2012, what kind of culture was created in the State Department that your folks couldn't tell you in an email about a bomb in April of 2012?
Well, Congresswoman, I did not conduct most of the business that I did on behalf of our country on email. I conducted it in meetings. I read massive amounts of memos, great deal of classified information. I made a lot of secure phone calls. I was in and out of the White House all the time. There were a lot of things that happened that I was aware of and that I was reacting to. If you were to be in my office in the State Department, I didn't have a computer. I did not do the vast majority of my work on email, and I bet there's a lot of Sid Blumenthal's emails in there from 2011, too.
Well, we'll get
And
to
so
that
I think
later.
that there were, I don't want you to have a mistaken impression about what I did and how I did it. Most of my work was not done on emails with my closest aides, with officials in the State Department, officials in the rest of the government, as well as the White House and people around the world.
And thank you for sharing that, because I'm sure that it's not all done on emails, Madam Secretary, and there are meetings and there are discussions. And so then when our compound took a second attack on June 6th, when a bomb blew a wall through the compound then, no emails at all. But I am interested in knowing, who were you meeting with, who were you huddling with, how were you informed about those things? Because there is nothing in the emails that talks about 2 significant attacks on our compounds in 2012. There was a lot of information in 2011 about issues and security posture, and yet nothing in 2012.
Well, I'd be happy to explain. Every morning when I arrived at the State Department, usually between 8 and 8:30, I had a personal one-on-one briefing from the representative of the Central Intelligence Agency, who shared with me the highest level of classified information that I was to be aware of on a daily basis. I then had a meeting with the top officials of the State Department every day that I was in town. That's where a lot of information, including threats and attacks on our facilities, was shared. I also had a weekly meeting every Monday with all of the officials, the assistant secretaries and others, so that I could be brought up to date on any issue that they were concerned about. During the day, I received hundreds of pages of memos, many of them classified, some of them so top secret that they were brought into my office in a locked briefcase that I had to read and immediately return to the courier. And I was constantly at the White House in the Situation Room, meeting with the National Security Advisor and others. I would also be meeting with officials in the State Department, foreign officials, and others. So there was a lot going on during every day. I did not email during the day, and except on rare occasions when I was able to, but I didn't conduct the business that I did primarily on email. That is not how I gathered information, assessed information, asked the hard questions of the people that I worked with.
It appears that leaving Benghazi, with respect to all of that danger, leaving Benghazi was not an option in 2012, and I yield back.
Well, if I could just quickly respond, there was never a recommendation from any intelligence official in our government, from any official in the State Department, or from any other person with knowledge of our presence in Benghazi to shut down Benghazi, even after the 2 attacks that the compound suffered. And perhaps, you would wonder why, but I can tell you that it was thought that the mission in Benghazi, in conjunction with the CIA mission, was vital to our national interests.
Gentlelady from Indiana yields back. Chair will now briefly recognize Mr. Cummings and then Ms. Duckworth.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I just want to clarify, when I was asking Secretary Clinton a question a moment ago, I mentioned an email that had gone from Ambassador Chris Stevens to Deputy Secretary Lamb. What I meant to say was a cable, and I just wanted to make sure the record was clear.
The record will reflect that. Ms. Duckworth.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Secretary Clinton, I'm pleased that you finally have the opportunity to be here. Before I start my line of questioning, I just want to clarify with regards to the April-June 2012 incidents. I believe that the procedure that the State Department had for these types of incidents was to actually hold what are called emergency action committee hearings on the ground immediately. And in fact, there were at least 5 on the records for June alone on the ground in both Tripoli and Benghazi, and that is the correct procedure for handling such instances. Is that not correct?
That's correct.
Thank you. Secretary Clinton, my focus and my job on this committee is to make sure that we never put brave Americans like Ambassador Stevens, Sean Smith, Tyrone Woods, and Glenn Doherty ever on the ground again anywhere in the world without the protection that they so rightly deserve. Having flown combat missions myself in some dangerous places, I understand the dedication of our men and women who choose to serve this country overseas. I have a special affinity for the diplomatic corps because these are folks who go in without the benefit of weapons, without the benefit of military might, armed only with America's values and diplomatic words and a handshake to forward our nation's interests globally. So I am absolutely determined to make sure that we safeguard, in the name of our heroic dead, our men and women in the diplomatic corps, wherever they are around the world. So the bottom line for me, I'm a very mission-driven person. The bottom line for me is, with respect to examining what went wrong in Benghazi, is clear. Let's learn from those mistakes, and let's figure out what we need to do to fix them. I've only been in Congress not quite 3 years, almost 3 years. And in this time, I've actually served on 2 other committees in addition to this one that has looked at the Benghazi attacks, both armed services and oversight and government reform. So I've had a chance to really look at all of these documents. One of the things that I saw, and I'd like you to discuss this with you, is that the Department of State and the Department of Defense at the time seems to have not had the most ideal cooperation when it came to threat or security analysis. I do know, however, that over the past decade, they've established a tradition of working together on the ground in dangerous regions that has increased over time. However, as a member of the Armed Services Committee, which also looked at the Benghazi attacks, I'm concerned that the interagency cooperation between state and DoD was not sufficient in the weeks and months leading up to the September 11, 2012 attacks. For example, the joint contingency planning and training exercises, if we had conducted any joint interagency planning and training exercises, this may have actually helped the state and DoD to identify and fix existing vulnerabilities in the temporary mission facility in Benghazi. Moreover, regular communications between AFRICOM, which is the DoD command, and the Special Mission Benghazi could have facilitated the pre-positioning of military assets in a region where there were very real questions over the host country's ability to protect our diplomatic personnel. Secretary Clinton, within the weeks of the terrorist attacks in Benghazi happening, following that, I understand you partnered with the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff to establish and deploy 5 interagency security assessment teams to assess our security posture and needs at least the 19 high threat posts in 13 different countries. In fact, Deputy Secretary Nides testified before the House Foreign Affairs Committee in December of 2012 that the State Department and DoD ISAT initiative created a roadmap for addressing emerging security challenges. Why did you partner with the Department of Defense to conduct such a high priority review, and was it effective in addressing the shortfalls in Benghazi and applying it for other locations?
Congresswoman, thank you very much, and thanks for your service and particularly your knowledge about these issues rising from your own military service and the service on the committees here in the House. It's very challenging to get military assets into countries that don't want them there. And in fact, that has been a constant issue that we have worked between the State Department and the Department of Defense. The Libyans made it very clear from the very beginning they did not want any American military or any foreign military at all in their country. And what I concluded is that we needed to have these assessments because even if we couldn't post our own military in the country, we needed to have a faster reaction. Now, I certainly agree 100% with the findings of the Armed Services Committee here in the House and other investigations. Our military did everything they could. They turned over every rock. They tried to deploy as best they could to try to get to Benghazi. It was beyond the geographic range. They didn't have assets nearby because we don't have a lot of installations and military personnel that are in that immediate region. So following what happened in Benghazi, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs, General Dempsey, and I agreed to send out mixed teams of our diplomatic security and their top security experts from the Defense Department to get a better idea of the 19 high-threat posts, and that's exactly what we did. And it gave us some guidance to try to have better planning ahead of time. I know Admiral Mullen testified that it would be beyond the scope of our military to be able to provide immediate reaction to 270 posts, but that's why we tried to narrow down. And of course, we do get help from our military in war zones. The military has been incredibly supportive of our embassy in Kabul and our embassy in Baghdad. But we have a lot of hotspots now and very dangerous places that are not in military conflict areas where we have American military presence. So we wanted to figure out how we could get more quickly a fast reaction team to try to help prevent what happened in Benghazi.
Thank you. So this ISAT process that the joint teams of DOD and state that goes out and initially looked at the 19 posts, that's great that they come up back with a report. It's kind of like, you know, the 7 reports to this, and now we have another committee. We can keep having committees to look into Benghazi, but if we never act on them, it doesn't help our men and women on the ground, and that's what I'm focused on. So what I want to know is with these ISATs, so when they came back with their recommendations to you, have they been resourced? Are they institutionalized? What has been done with this process so that it's not a snapshot in time in reaction to Benghazi attack? And I want to make sure that, you know, at the very least, we're continuing the cooperation, or at least there's some sort of institutionalization of the review process to make sure that if it's not those 19 posts, if the shift now is there's 20 posts or some other posts, what has been done to make sure it's institutionalized?
Well, that was one of the changes that I instituted before I left, and I'm confident that Secretary Kerry and his counterpart, Secretary Carter at the Defense Department, are continuing that because I think it was very useful. Certainly it was useful for our security professionals and our diplomats to be partnered in that way with the Defense Department. You know, historically, the only presence at some of our facilities has been Marines. And as you know well, Marines were there not for the purpose of personnel protection. They were there to destroy classified material and equipment. And so part of the challenge that we have faced in some of these hotspot dangerous areas is how we get more of a presence. And after Benghazi, we were able to get Marines deployed to Tripoli. So this is a constant effort between the State Department and the Defense Department, but it's my strong belief that the ISAT process has been and should be institutionalized, and we should keep learning from it.
I'd like to touch on the quadrennial reviews. Again, coming from Armed Services, even as a young platoon leader out in a platoon, we got and read the Defense Quadrennial Review, which is a review that happens on a periodic basis that gives the individual soldier an idea of what the Defense Department is trying to do. And I understand you initiated something similar in the State Department. And this goes to, there's been discussion already about the culture at the State Department, especially when it comes to security. I find that the Department of Defense Quadrennial Defense Review is very good at instilling culture throughout the department. Mm-hmm. Can you talk a little bit about how and why you decided to do the review for the State Department? Was it useful? Is it useful? Is it getting out there? Is it a waste of time and we shouldn't be wasting money on it and we should be doing something else?
Well, I hope it's not the latter. I learned about the Quadrennial Defense Review serving on the Armed Services Committee in the Senate during my time there. I agree with you completely, Congresswoman. It's a very successful roadmap. as to where we should be going, and I'm impressed that as a platoon leader, it was something that you took into account. So when I came to the State Department, there had never been anything like this done. There was no roadmap, and the State Department, USAID, would come up and fight for the money that they could get out of Congress, no matter who was in charge of the Congress, every single year. It's 1% of the entire budget, and it was very difficult to explain effectively what it is we were trying to achieve. So I did institute the first ever quadrennial diplomacy and development review. And one of the key questions that we were addressing is, what is this balance between risk and reward when it comes to our diplomats and our development professionals? Because the first thing I heard when I got to the State Department was a litany of complaints from a lot of our most experienced diplomats that they were being hamstrung, that the security requirements were so intense that they were basically unable to do their jobs. And of course, then from the security professionals, who were all part of this, what we call the QDDR, they were saying, we don't want you to go beyond the fence. We can't protect you in all of these dangerous circumstances. How you balance that, and it is a constant balancing of risk and reward in terms of what we hope our diplomats and development professionals can do. So it's been done twice now. Secretary Kerry, in his tenure, has done the second QDDR, and I hope it becomes as important and as much of a roadmap as the QDR has for our Defense Department and our military services.
Thank you. I'm out of time, Mr. Chairman.
I thank the gentlelady from Illinois. The chair will now recognize the gentlelady from Alabama, Ms. Roby.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Secretary Clinton, my colleagues have focused on your relationship with the Ambassador Chris Stevens and why you sent him into Benghazi in 2011 as part of your broader Libya initiative. But it's not so clear from everything that we've reviewed that you had a vision in Benghazi going forward into 2012 and beyond. It appears that there was confusion and uncertainty within your own department about Libya. And quite frankly, Secretary Clinton, it appears that you were a large cause of that uncertainty. We've seen all the day-to-day updates and concern early in 2011, and I heard what you said to my colleague, Mrs. Brooks, and I'll get to that in a minute. But showing that Libya, and for that matter, Benghazi, belonged to you in 2011. It was yours, so to speak. And from your own records that we have, we saw a drop in your interest in Libya and Benghazi in 2012. Not only do the records show your drop in interest in Benghazi, it was even noticed by your own staff. I want to point this out to you. I say this because I want to point you to an email in early February 2012 between two staffers at your Libya desk that says you didn't know whether we still even had a presence in Benghazi. Let's not use my words. Let's use theirs. This can be found at tab 31. The email says, and it's dated February 9, 2012, one writes to the other about an encounter that she had with you. Quote, also, the secretary asked last week if we still have a presence in Benghazi. I think she would be upset to hear, yes, we do, but because we don't have enough security, they are on lockdown, end quote. And I say that this is very troubling to me because it raises several issues that I'd like to ask you about. I'm struck by the first part, quote, the secretary asked last week if we still have a presence in Benghazi. Now, you pointed out to Mrs. Brooks in her last line of questioning, based upon the email stacks here, that you engaged in a lot of conversations and briefings. So I'm assuming that this conversation with this member of your staff took place in one of those briefings, but then she sent this email asking about this. So how can this be that two of your staffers are emailing about whether or not you even knew that we had a presence in Benghazi in 2012 with all your interest in Libya in 2011, including your trip in October of 2011, and that months later we come to find out that you didn't even know if we had a presence there?
Well, I can't comment on what has been reported. Of course, I knew we had a presence in Benghazi. I knew that we were evaluating what that presence should be, how long it should continue, and I knew exactly what we were doing in Libya. And I think it's important, since you have some very legitimate questions about what we were doing. You know, the United States played a major role in the first election that the Libyan people had in 51 years. It was a successful election by every count, and they voted for moderates. They voted for the kind of people they wanted to govern them. We had a very successful effort that the United States supported, getting rid of Gaddafi's remaining chemical weapons, which we led and supported the United Nations and others in being able to do. We were combating the proliferation of weapons. That's one of the reasons why there was a CIA presence in Benghazi, because we were trying to figure out how to get those weapons out of the wrong hands and get them collected in a way and destroyed. And in fact, we began reducing those heavy weapon stocks. We were, working on providing transition assistance to the Libyans. I met with the Libyans, I telephoned with the Libyans, I saw the Libyans all during this period, and it was hard because a lot of them knew what they wanted, but they didn't know how to get from where they were to that goal. And we did an enormous amount of work. My two deputies, Tom Nides and Bill Burns, went to Libya. Other officials in the State Department went to Libya. So there was a constant, continuing effort that I led to try to see what we could do to help. Now, one of the problems we faced is that the Libyans did not really feel that they could welcome a peacekeeping mission. They couldn't welcome foreign troops to their soil. That made it really difficult. And it didn't have to be American troops. It could have been troops from anywhere in the world under a UN mandate that might have helped them begin to secure their country.
Secretary Clinton, if I may, I hear what you're saying, but this email says something very, very different.
I can't speak to that. I can just tell you what I was doing, and I was
Sure,
doing a lot.
but this was your staff, and it has to make me wonder if they had this conversation with you, why they would make it up. But I want to move on. This email, makes me wonder about the vision for Benghazi, because they're asking they're saying that you asked if we still had a presence, but if we look at the second part of the email, quote, and I think she would be upset to hear, yes, we do.
Congresswoman, I'm sorry, I have no recollection of or no knowledge of. Of course.
Please turn to tab 31, because
Well,
it's right there.
I trust that you have read it, but I also tell you that we had a presence in Benghazi. We had members of the administration and Congress visiting Benghazi. So, of course, I knew we had a presence in Benghazi. I can't speak to what someone either heard or misheard. But I think what's important, and I understand the underlying point of your question, is what were we doing about Libya after Gaddafi fell? And that's what I'm trying to explain to you about what we were doing.
I want to get to the second part of the email that suggests that we were in lockdown, that you would have been upset to know. Yes, heard the first part of your answer, but that we were in lockdown. And you've said on numerous occasions, including in your opening statement, in point number 1, America must lead and we must represent in dangerous places. Quote, they can't do their jobs for us in bunkers. And essentially, what we know is that there weren't the required number of security on the ground in order for the individual to even move about the country to provide you with what you have reiterated on numerous occasions as being very important at that time, which is political reporting.
Well, could you tell me who are the names on this email that you're talking about?
Sure, I can turn to tab 31. You have a book in front of you. It is Alice Abdallah and I'm going to pronounce it wrong, Evgenia Sadareas. Is that correct?
They were not on my staff. I'm not in any way contradicting what they think they heard or what they heard somebody say. But the people that I
Can you tell me who they were if they were not on your staff?
They were not on my, they were in the State Department along with thousands of other people. They were not part of the Secretary's staff. But I get what you're saying, Congresswoman, and I want to focus on this. I think it's a fair and important question. The facility in Benghazi was a temporary facility. There had been no decision made as to whether or not it would be permanent. It was not even a consulate. You know, our embassy was in Tripoli. Obviously, much of the work that we were doing was going through the embassy. There was a very vigorous discussion on the part of people who were responsible for making a recommendation about Benghazi as to what form of consulate, what form of facility it should be. Chris Stevens believed that it should be a formal consulate. But that was something that had to be worked out, and there had not yet been a decision at the time that the attack took place. So it was not a permanent facility, and you know, there were a number of questions that people were asking about whether it could or should be.
I want to drill down on the security issue, but I also want to say it's frustrating for us here on this panel asking these questions to hear you in your opening statement talk about the responsibility you took for all 70,000+ employees, yet I read you an email that is a conversation between two of those employees, and it seems as though you're just kind of brushing it off as not having any knowledge.
I'm just saying I have no recollection of it, and it doesn't correspond with the facts of what we were doing on a regular basis.
Well, if we can talk for just a minute about the security, I've got a few seconds left. In 2011, during the revolution, then envoy Stevens had 10 agents with him on the ground in Benghazi. And then we know in 2012, where the security situation had deteriorated even further, there were only 3 agents assigned to Benghazi. Again, can't even move anybody off of the facility to do the necessary political reporting. And my question is, you know, why did you not acknowledge, because of your interest in 2011, the importance of having those security officers there to do what was so important to you, which was the political reporting? Then in 2011, 10, and when an ambassador was there, 3, and he brought 2 of his own the night of the attack, which would meet the requisite 5, but there was really only 3 there at any given time. So if you could address that. Again, I'm running a little short on time.
Well, he did have 5 with him on September 11th, and
well, he brought 2, right? He brought 2
Well,
with him. There were 3 there, and there were supposed to be 5 there.
But the point was they were personal security, so they were there to secure him. So yes, he did bring 2, and when he got there, he had 5.
Can you address the
day
discrepancy?
before, on September 10th, he went into Benghazi. He went to a luncheon with leading civic leaders, business leaders in Benghazi. So he felt very comfortable. It was his decision. Ambassadors do not have to seek permission from the State Department to travel around the country that they are assigned to. He decided to go to Benghazi by taking 2 security officers with him and having 3 there. He had the requisite 5 that had been the subject of discussion between the embassy and the State Department security professionals. I'm not going to in any way suggest that he or the embassy got everything they requested. We know that they didn't from the Accountability Review Board, from investigations that were done by the Congress. We know that there were a lot of discussions about what was needed, particularly in Benghazi, and that the day that he died, he had 5 security officers. A lot of security professionals who have reviewed this matter, even those who are critical that the State Department did not do enough, have said that the kind of attack that took place would have been very difficult to repel. That's what we have to learn from, Congresswoman. You know, there are many lessons going back to Beirut, going back to Tehran and the takeover of our embassy, and going all the way through these years. And sometimes we learn lessons and we actually act and we do the best we can. And there's a perfect, terrible example of that with respect to what happened in Benghazi.
Certainly, and my time has expired, and we'll certainly never know what the outcome would have been if there had been more agents that night. I yield
Well,
back.
that's not what the professionals, that's not what the experts in security have concluded. If you read the Accountability Review
I
Board.
have read it, Secretary Clinton, and it says that security was grossly inadequate.
Well, it said that there were deficiencies within 2 bureaus in the State Department, which we have moved to correct. And it also pointed out that the diplomatic security officers who were there acted heroically. There was not one single question about what they did, and they were overrun. And it was unfortunate that the agreement we had with the CIA annex, and when those brave men showed up, that it was also not enough.
Certainly, and we'll discuss this more. I have to yield back.
The gentlelady's time has expired. The chair will now recognize the gentleman from Washington.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you, Madam Secretary, for being here. Just to clarify, you knew we had a presence.
Of course I knew, Congressman, of course.
And going back to an earlier question, you were also aware of those 2 attacks on our compounds, even though you didn't email about it.
Yes, I was aware.
And that, I think, sort of points out, I mean, after 17 months and $4.7 million, as the ranking member pointed out in his opening statements, and then as we've seen today, this committee is simply not doing its job. And I don't really think it should have been formed in the first place. But what we've heard here is, well, first of all, an obsession with email. The idea that 2 fairly junior level staffers might not have gotten something wrong in what they heard, or that information in an email might in fact not be accurate, are certainly not things that should be news to anybody. But it is the obsession with the emails that takes us off of what should have been the task of this committee. I also find it interesting that Ms. Roby's final comments were to quote the ARB report. Right. Yes, the ARB report I think was very good. I think we absolutely had to have it, and I think it was appropriate for the committees in Congress to do the investigations that they did. But all of that begs the question as to why we've spent the $4.7 million that we have spent on this. And then even in the chairman's opening remarks, I mean, it was primarily a defense of the committee's existence. Not any new information, not here's what we, in those 17 months and $4.7 million, have figured out that is new and different. Nothing. In fact, we've heard nothing, even in today's hearing. Not a single solitary thing that hasn't already been discussed repeatedly. So we've learned absolutely nothing. Yes, we've uncovered a trove of new information. In this age, I don't think there's ever an end to the emails. We could probably go on for another 2 years and we'd find more. But the question is, have we found anything substantively that tells us something different about what happened in Benghazi? And the answer to that question is no. And look, I didn't think this committee should have been formed in the first place. But if it was going to be formed, the least we could do would be to actually focus on the 4 brave Americans who were killed, why they were killed, and focus on Benghazi. And we have not. I mean, Mr. Roskam's questions I found to be the most interesting. Basically, I don't know, it was like he was running for president. He wanted to debate you on overall Libya policy as to why we got in there in the first place. And that's debatable, and I think you will argue that quite well. But that's not about the attack on Benghazi. That's not about what we could have done in Benghazi to better protect them. So again, I think we've seen that this committee is focused on you. And I'm, the ranking member of the Armed Services Committee. I don't see the Department of Defense here. I don't see the CIA here. There were many, many other agencies involved in this, and yet yours has been the one that they have obsessively focused on. And I think that's a shame for a whole lot of reasons. But for one thing, this committee, as it's been in the news in the last several weeks, has been yet one more step in denigrating this institution. And I happen to think this institution needs more support, not less. So I wish we would stop doing that. And you mentioned Beirut, and that was the first thought that occurred to me when this happened, was a Democratic Congress at the time did a fair and quick investigation of what was an unspeakable tragedy. 2 separate suicide bombings, 4 months apart. And there was clearly inadequate security. But the focus there was not on partisanship, not on embarrassing the Reagan administration, but on actually figuring out what happened and how we can better protect Americans. Now, I want to talk just and ask questions about what I think is the central issue, and that is, how do we have that presence in the world that you described in what is an increasingly dangerous world. Because as I've traveled to Pakistan and Afghanistan, Yemen, and other places, I am consistently amazed by the willingness of our diplomatic corps to put their lives at risk. And I wonder, how do you balance that very difficult decision? Because frankly, what I've heard more often from that diplomatic corps is that they chafe at the restrictions. I mean, I remember vividly being in Peshawar, which is, I mean, I didn't like the ride from the airport to the embassy, which was 10 minutes. And we were there for, I don't know, a few hours and then out. The State Department personnel, they lived there and went out amongst the community. How do you try and strike that balance of, being present and at the same time meeting the security obligations? And then most importantly, who drives that decision? Because it seems to me in most instances, it is driven by the diplomatic corps there. If they take risks, it's because they've decided to do it. They're there. They know the security situation certainly better than the secretary and better than most everybody else. But what is the proper way to strike that balance going forward to protect our personnel and still fulfill their mission?
Congressman, I think that is the most important question, and I would certainly welcome congressional discussion and debate about this, because it's what we tried to do, going back to Congresswoman Duckworth's question, what we tried to begin to do in the quadrennial diplomacy and development review, the first one that was ever done, because that's exactly what we were facing. We have had diplomats and development professionals in war zones now for a number of years. We've had them in places that are incredibly unstable and dangerous because of ongoing conflicts. It is, I think, the bias of the diplomacy corps that they be there, because that's what they signed up for. And they know that if America is not represented, then we leave a vacuum and we lose our eyes and our ears about what people are thinking and doing. It is certainly the hardest part of the job in many of our agencies and departments today, and it was for me in the State Department. That's why I relied on the security professionals, because by the time I got there in 2009, the diplomatic security professionals had been taking care of American diplomats in Iraq, in Afghanistan, in Pakistan for years. And they had learned a lot of lessons, and they were forced to make tough decisions all the time. You mentioned Peshawar, one of clearly the high threat posts that the United States maintains a presence in. But when you think that since 2001, we've had 100 of our facilities attacked. If we were to shut them all down, if we were to pull out from all of them, we would be blinding ourselves. So it's a constant balancing act. What are the risks and what are the rewards for opening, maintaining, and/or closing a site? I don't know that there's any hard and fast rule that we can adopt. We just have to get better at making that assessment, Congressman. And your question really goes to the heart of it. When you were, as a member of Congress in Peshawar, you were guarded by our diplomatic security professionals. They had to assess, was it safe enough for a member of Congress to come? How do we get him from the airport to the embassy? It won't surprise you to hear we've had attacks there as so many other places around the world. And that is a heavy responsibility, and the diplomatic security professionals get it right 999 times out of 1,000. And it's deeply distressing to them when anything goes wrong. We have lost non-Americans with some of these attacks on facilities. We've lost our locally employed staff. They never want to see any successful attack. So they have to be right 100% of the time. The terrorists only have to be right once. And that's why this is really at the core of what I tried to do before even I got the Accountability Review Board, going back to the QDDR, to come up with a better way of trying to make those assessments.
Madam Secretary, if I may, just two final points. So the bottom line is Benghazi on 9/11/2012 was not the only dangerous place in the world where our security personnel were and where these difficult decisions had to be made.
Right.
And the other point I want to make before my time expires, now this was in 2012 2012, so we were only a couple years into this. But Secretary of Defense Ash Carter just, I think yesterday, wrote an editorial in the Wall Street Journal about the impact of 5 years of budget uncertainty on the DoD's ability to function. I mean, for 5 years, we have gone through CRs, threatened government shutdowns, one actual government shutdown, and constant budget uncertainty. Now, my area is the Department of Defense. I know how it's impacted them. They basically, from 1 week to the next, barely know what they can spend money on. Now, one of the criticisms of there should have been more security. But if you don't have a budget, if you don't have an appropriations bill, how does that complicate your job as secretary in trying to figure out what money you can spend?
Well, it makes it very difficult, Congressman. And this is a subject that we talked about all the time. How do you plan? How do you know, you have so many diplomatic security officers in so many dangerous places. How do you know what you're going to have to be able to deploy? And where are you going to have to make the choices? That's why the prioritization, which shouldn't have to be, in my view, the responsibility of the officials in the State Department or the Defense Department to try to guess what makes the most sense. We should have a much more orderly process for our budget. And I will say again, as Secretary of State, the kind of dysfunction and failure to make decisions that we have been living with in our government hurts us. It hurts us in the obvious ways, like where you're going to deploy forces if you're in DOD, or where we're going to send security if you're in the Department of State. But it hurts us as the great country that we are, being viewed from abroad as unable to handle our own business. And so it has a lot of consequences. And it's something that I wish that we could get over and have our arguments about policy, have our arguments about substance, but get back to regular order where we have the greatest nation in the world with a budget that then they can plan against, as opposed to the uncertainty that has stalked us now for so long.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. So the bottom line is Congress needs to do its job.
Right.
That would be
I agree with that.
The gentleman yields back, and I'll be happy to get a copy of my opening statement for the gentleman from Washington so he can refresh his recollection on all the things our committee found that your previous committee missed. And with that, I'll go to the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Westmoreland.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. I talk a little slower than everybody else, so the question...
I lived in Arkansas a long time. I don't need an interpreter, Congressman.
So some of the questions I'm asking you can just get us a yes or no answer. That would be great, but I do want you to give us a full answer. But Mr. Smith from Washington mentioned that there was no new facts brought out in some of these interviews, and I wanted to say that I think he was at one interview for 1 hour. I have been in a bunch of those, and there is a lot of new facts that's come out. One of the things that he said, it doesn't, that you knew about these two incidents that have been mentioned previously. It's not a matter if you knew about them, it's a matter of what you did about them. And to us, the answer to that is nothing. Now, you say you were briefed by the CIA every morning that you were in Washington, is that correct?
That's correct.
Did they ever mention to you, Acting Director Morrell wrote in his book that there were scores of intelligence pieces describing in detail how the situation in Libya was becoming more and more dangerous. Did you ever read any of these pieces?
Yes, as I've previously stated, we were certainly aware that the situation across Libya was becoming more dangerous and that there were particular concerns about eastern Libya.
Did you read the piece that was Libya, Al-Qaeda establishing sanctuary?
I'm aware that that was certainly among the information provided to me.
There was another particular piece that was talked about after the IED attack that AFRICOM wrote. Al-Qaeda expands in Libya. Were you familiar with that?
I can't speak to specific pieces, Congressman, but I was well aware of the concerns we all had about the setting up of jihadist training camps and other activities in Libya, particularly in eastern Libya.
You were briefed, and I think the CIA between January and September of 2012 had over 4,500 pages of intelligence. Were you aware of how many pages of intelligence? And I know you had a specific division, I guess, of the State Department under you that was called Intelligence and Research. Did they keep you up to speed on all these 400 cables or different things that they were getting? Did they keep you up to speed on that you were aware of them?
Congressman, I can't speak to specific reports, but I can certainly agree with you that I was briefed and aware of the increasingly dangerous upsurge in militant activity in Libya.
And so what did you do to make sure that our men and women over there were protected, knowing how much the threat had grown, especially in Benghazi? Because a lot of people say that really in the summer of 2012, the security in Benghazi was worse than it was during the revolution.
Well, Congressman, with respect to not only the specific incidents that you referenced earlier, but the overall concerns about Benghazi, I think I have stated previously, there was never any recommendation by anyone, the intelligence community, the Defense Department, the State Department officials responsible for Libya, to leave Benghazi, even after the two incidents that you mentioned, because in part, as I responded to Congressman Smith, we had so many attacks on facilities that, as I said, went back to 2001, that certainly also happened in other parts of the world while I was there. Each was evaluated, and there was not a recommendation. Furthermore, there was not even on the morning of September 11th, while Chris Stevens and Sean Smith were at the compound, Chris had spoken with intelligence experts. There was no credible, actionable threat known to our intelligence community against our compound.
Reclaiming my time, you said that the Ambassador Kritz was pulled out of Tripoli because of threats on his life.
There were threats from people associated with Gaddafi after the publication of cables he had written that were made public by WikiLeaks.
And you say you were aware of the two attacks at the mission facility in Benghazi. Mr. Morrell in his book states that there was 20 attacks on that facility. Are you familiar with the other 18?
There were two that we thought rose to the level of being serious.
Were you familiar with the other 18?
I'm not aware of 18 others. And I would point out, and I'm sure that former Deputy Director Morrell made this point when he was testifying, the CIA stayed in Libya. The CIA had a much bigger presence than the State Department, despite the overall decline in stability. Some might argue, actually, because of the overall decline in stability, it was thought to be even more important for the CIA to stay there, and they also did not believe that their facility would be the subject of a deadly attack either, because I think sometimes, sometimes the discussion gets pulled together when really we had Chris and Sean dying at the State Department compound, which we are discussing, and we had our other two deaths of Tyrone Woods and Glenn Doherty at the CIA annex.
Reclaiming my time for just a minute, and I do appreciate that. But if you talk to the CIA contractors that were at the annex and you ask them how they were armed and equipped, and then if you would or could talk to the diplomatic security agents that were at the facility, I think you will see that there was a big, big difference in the equipment that they had to protect themselves. But you knew of the two, what you call major incidents, but you don't recollect the other 18 that Mr. Morrell says happened. how many instances would it have taken you to say, hey, we need to look at the security over there? Would it have been 3 major instances, 30 instances, 40 instances, 50 instances? How many instances would you have been made aware of that would have made you say, hey, I don't care what anybody else says, we're going to protect our people. Chris Stevens is a good friend of mine. We're going to look after him. How many would it have taken?
Well, Congressman, of course, I made it abundantly clear that we had to do everything we could to protect our people. What I did not and do not believe any secretary should do was to substitute my judgment from thousands of miles away for the judgment of the security professionals who made the decisions about what kind of security would be provided. And
Ma'am,
I know that sounds somewhat hard to understand, but you know, we have a process, and the experts who I have the greatest confidence in and who had been through so many difficult positions, because practically all of them had rotated through Afghanistan, Pakistan, Iraq, Yemen, other places, they were the ones making the assessment. No one ever came to me and said, we should shut down our compound in
Ma'am,
Benghazi.
I'm not saying shut it down. I'm saying protect it.
Well,
I'm not saying shut it down. I'm just saying protect
Right.
it. And when you say security professionals, I'm not trying to be disparaging with anybody, but I don't know who those folks were, but
Well, they were
just
people
my
who
little-
risked their
in my little
lives to
opinion,
try to
they weren't very
save.
professional when it came to protecting people. But let me say this. You said that the mission that you gave Ambassador Stevens was to go in to investigate the situation. Now, if you're going to investigate a situation, it would seem to me like you would have to get out into the country to investigate that. And I don't know if you're aware of it or not, but there were not even enough diplomatic security for him to leave the compound without asking the CIA operatives to assist them. Were you aware of that?
Well, we had an agreement with the CIA to help supplement security and to come to the aid.
that
It was a mutual agreement.
Was that a written agreement?
No, it was not a written agreement, but we are posted with the CIA in many places in the country. I mean, in the world, and it's important to have a good working relationship, and we did. And unfortunately, despite all the weapons and despite the fortification, 2 CIA contractors died at the CIA annex that
Just
night.
to follow up on one thing about Ambassador Stevens, you got a lot of emails from Sidney Blumenthal, and you say that Mr. Blumenthal was a friend of yours, and he had your personal email address. You say Chris Stevens was a friend of yours. He asked numerous times for extra protection. Now, if I had been Mr. Stevens, and I think anybody out there, anybody watching this would agree, if I had been Mr. Stevens and I'd had a relationship with you, and I had requested 20 or more times for additional security to protect not only my life, but the people that were there with me, I would have gotten in touch with you some way. I would have let you know that I was in danger and that the situation had deteriorated to a point I needed you to do something. Did he have your personal email?
Congressman, I do not believe that he had my personal email. He had the email, and he had the direct line to everybody that he'd worked with for years. He had been posted with officials in the State Department. They had gone through difficult, challenging, dangerous assignments together. He was in constant contact with people. Yes, he and the people working for him asked for more security. Some of those requests were approved, others were not. We're obviously looking to learn what more we could do, because it was not only about Benghazi, it was also about the embassy in Tripoli. And I think it's fair to say that, Chris asked for what he and his people requested because he thought that it would be helpful, but he never said to anybody in the State Department, you know what, we just can't keep doing this. We can't stay there. He was in constant contact with, people on my staff, other officials in the State Department, and, I did have an opportunity to talk with him and about the substance of the policy. But with respect to security, he took those requests where they belonged. He took them to the security professionals. And I have to add, Congressman, the diplomatic security professionals are among the best in the world. I would put them up against anybody. And I just cannot allow any comment to be in the record in any way criticizing or disparaging them. They have kept Americans safe in 2 wars and in a lot of other really terrible situations over the last many years. I trusted them with my life. You trust them with yours when you're on CODELs. They deserve better, and they deserve all the support that the Congress can give them because they're doing a really hard job very well.
Well, ma'am, all I can say is that they missed something here, and we lost 4 Americans.
Gentleman's time has expired. The chair will now recognize the gentleman from Kansas, Mr. Pompeo.
Madam Secretary, you've referred to the QDDR a couple times as being important to diplomatic security. Is that correct?
It provoked a discussion, Congressman, about balancing of risk.
Madam Secretary, I had a chance to read that. I wanted to only read the executive summary that ran 25 pages, but it didn't have a word about diplomatic security in those entire 25 pages of the executive summary. Not one word, Madam Secretary. And then I read the remaining pages, amounted to 270 plus. Do you know how many pages of those 270 had to do with diplomatic security?
It was about the balancing of risk and reward, which
Madam
was
Secretary,
not only about diplomatic security specifically, but about the larger question of our mission around the world.
Madam Secretary, there was no balance. There was 2 pages out of 270 pages. You talked about a lot of things in there. You talked about a lot of improvements, but it didn't have anything to do with diplomatic security in any material way in that report. You talked about being disappointed, too. I've heard you use that several times. You were disappointed. You read the ARB. Why don't you fire someone? In Kansas, Madam Secretary, I get asked constantly, why has no one been held accountable? How come not a single person lost a single paycheck connected to the fact that we had the first ambassador killed since 1979? How come no one has been held accountable to date?
Well, Congressman, the Accountability Review Board pointed out several people working in the State Department who they thought had not carried out their responsibilities adequately, but they said that they could not find a breach of duty. And
yes, ma'am,
the personnel rules and the laws that govern those decisions were followed very carefully.
Yes, ma'am. I'm not asking what the ARB did. I'm asking what you did.
I followed the law, Congressman.
So
that was my
Madam
responsibility.
Secretary, you're telling me that you had no authority to take anyone's paycheck to cause anyone to be fired. You're telling me you were legally prohibited from doing that. Is that your position here this morning?
It is my position that in the absence of finding dereliction or breach of duty, there could not be immediate action taken, but there was a process that was immediately instituted and which led to decisions being made.
Yes, ma'am. The decision was to put these back at full back pay and keep them on as employees. That was the decision that was made as a result of the processes that you put in place. I will tell you, the folks in Kansas don't think that is accountability. I want to do some math with you. Could I get the first chart, please? Do you know how many security requests there were in the first quarter of 2012?
For everyone or for Benghazi?
I'm sorry, yes, ma'am. Related to Benghazi and Libya. Do you know how many there were?
No, I do not know.
Ma'am, there were just over 100 plus. In the second quarter, do you know how many there were?
No, I do not.
Ma'am, there were 172-ish. Might have been 171 or 173. That's how many were there in July and August, and then in that week and a few days before the attacks? Do you know?
There were a number of them. I know that.
Yes, ma'am. 83 by our count. That's over 600 requests. You've testified here this morning that you had none of those reach your desk. Is that correct also?
That's correct.
Madam Secretary, Mr. Blumenthal wrote you 150 emails. It appears from the testimony or the materials that we've read that all of those reached your desk. Can you tell us why security requests from your professionals, the men that you just testified, and with which I agree are incredibly professional, incredibly capable people, trained in the art of keeping us all safe, None of those made it to you. But a man who was a friend of yours, who'd never been to Libya, didn't know much about it, at least that's his testimony, didn't know much about it. Every one of those reports that he sent on to you that had to do with situations on the ground in Libya, those made it to your desk. You asked for more of them, you read them, you corresponded with him, and yet the folks that worked for you didn't have the same courtesy.
Well, Congressman, as you're aware, he's a friend of mine. He sent me information he thought might be of interest. Some of it was, some of it wasn't. Some of it I forwarded to be followed up on. The professionals and experts who reviewed it found some of it useful, some of it not. He had no official position in the government, and he was not at all my advisor on Libya. He was a friend who sent me information that he thought might be in some way helpful.
Madam Secretary, I have lots of friends. They send me things. I've never had somebody send me a couple of pieces of intelligence with the level of detail that Mr. Blumenthal sent me every week. That's a special friend.
Well, it was information that had been shared with him that he forwarded on. And as someone who got the vast majority of the information that I acted on from official channels, I read a lot of articles that brought new ideas to my attention, and occasionally people, including him and others, would give me ideas. They all went into the same process to be evaluated.
Yes, ma'am. I will tell you that the record that we've received today does not reflect that. It simply doesn't. We've read the emails. We've read everything that we could get our hands on. It's taken us a long time to get it, but I will tell you, you just described all of this other information that you relied upon, and it doesn't comport with the record that this committee has been able to establish today. And I want you to take a look at this chart to the left. You'll see the increasing number of requests, over 600. I think data matters. The pictures are worth a lot. You see the increase in the requests, and then the bottom line is the increase in security. And you'll note that the slope of those two lines is very different. Can you account for why that is? Why we have an increase in requests and yet no increase in security?
Well, Congressman, I can only tell you that I know a number of requests were fulfilled and some were not. But from my perspective, again, these were handled by the people that were assigned the task of evaluating them. And, you know, I think it's important to, again, reiterate that although there were problems and deficiencies discovered by the Accountability Review Board, the general approach to have security professionals handle security requests, I think, still stands.
Yes, ma'am. I wish you to listen to those security professionals. You described Mr. Stevens as having the best knowledge of Libya of anyone. Your words this morning. And yet, when he asked for increased security, he didn't get it. Mash, that second chart, please. This chart does the same thing. I just talked to you about requests for additional assistance. This chart goes through. I won't go through the numbers in detail. We've talked about them a bit, but it shows the increasing number of security incidents at the facility, your facility, State Department facility, in Benghazi, Libya. And then again, it shows the increase in security being non-existent. I assume your answer is the same with respect to the fact that we have increasing security incidents, but no corresponding increase in the amount of security?
Congressman, I just have to respectfully disagree. Many security requests were fulfilled. We'd be happy to get that information for the record. Yes. So I can't really tell what it is you're putting on that poster, but I know that a number of the security requests were fulfilled for Benghazi.
Yes, what it shows is that the number of direct diplomatic security agents at the beginning of 2012 and those that were there the day of the murder of 4 Americans is no different.
Congressman, the decision, as I recall, was that the Post, namely Embassy Tripoli, on behalf of Benghazi, requested 5 diplomatic security personnel, and they did have that on the day that Chris Stevens was in Benghazi. Unfortunately, that proved insufficient in the face of the kind of attack that they were facing.
May I put the next poster up, please? Madam Secretary, you're not likely to know who these 2 folks are, do you?
I do not.
The one on the left is Mohammed al-Zahawi. He was the head of Ansar al-Sharia, a jihadist group based in Benghazi. The man on your left is Wissam bin Hamid. Were you aware that your folks in Benghazi, Libya, met with that man within 48 hours before the attack?
I know nothing about any meeting with him.
On September 11th, on the day that he was killed, Ambassador Stevens sent a cable to the State Department talking about his meeting with Mr. bin Hamid. Are you aware of that cable?
No, I'm not.
He said in his cable, he said, they, referring to Mr. Wissam bin Hamid, they wanted an introductory meeting. They were here. They asked us what we needed to bring security to Benghazi. So your officials were meeting with this man on the ground in Benghazi, Libya, discussing security 2 days before that. But in August of that same year, the United States government had said that this very man was, quote, a young rebel leader who allegedly fought in Iraq under the flag of al-Qaeda. Were you aware that our folks were either wittingly or unwittingly meeting with al-Qaeda on the ground in Benghazi, Libya, just hours before the attack?
I know nothing about this, Congressman.
I think that's deeply disturbing. I think the fact that your team was meeting with
I'm
folks...
sorry, which team is this, Mr.?
Yeah, it would have been, we don't know exactly who
Well, it would be
held the meeting with
helpful-
him. It would have been one of your State Department employees, Madam Secretary. I don't know which one. Perhaps you could enlighten us, or we can get the records we need to do so.
Well-
But to date, we've not been able to learn that.
Well, since we didn't have an ongoing significant presence of State Department personnel in Benghazi, I don't know to whom you are referring.
Mr. Chairman, I'll yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Kansas yields. The chair will now recognize the gentlelady from California, Ms. Sanchez.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Madam Secretary, for coming again to answer our questions. We know that over the last 17 months, there have been a number of allegations that have been made with respect to you, and when the facts and the testimony and the record don't support that, we seem to move on to the next, new allegation. One of the more recent ones is that Republicans are claiming that because you received emails from Sidney Blumenthal, that he was your primary source for intelligence. Now, Chairman Gowdy claimed that Mr. Blumenthal was, and I'm going to quote him here, quote, Secretary Clinton's primary advisor on Libya because nearly half of all the emails sent to and from Secretary Clinton regarding Benghazi and Libya prior to the Benghazi terrorist attacks involved Sidney Blumenthal, end quote. He also claimed that Mr. Blumenthal was, and I'm quoting again, one of the folks providing her the largest volume of information about Libya. Secretary Clinton, was Sidney Blumenthal your primary policy advisor or your primary intelligence officer?
No, of course not.
Was he the primary source of information that you were receiving on Libya?
No, absolutely not.
Can you tell us then who were you receiving information from and in what form? Because there's been a particular emphasis on email communication and email communication only.
Well, as I testified earlier, I did not primarily conduct business on email with officials in our government. And I think the emails that have been produced this far demonstrate that as well. As I said, I got intelligence briefings from the intelligence community. I had a very experienced group of senior diplomats who knew quite a bit about Libya. Deputy Secretary Bill Burns had been our nation's top diplomat who actually had negotiated with Gaddafi. Prior to the entering in by the United States to support our European allies and Arab partners, I sent a team to meet with representatives of Gaddafi to see if there were some way that he would back down and back off of his increasingly hysterical threats against his own people. We had people like the ambassador that I referenced earlier who had served in Libya and had the occasion to observe and meet with Gaddafi. So we had a very large group of American diplomats, intelligence officers, and some private citizens who were experts in Libya who were available to our government. And we took advantage of every person we could with expertise to guide our decision-making.
So would it be fair to say that you received information from Ambassador Stevens?
Yes.
The Assistant Secretary for Near Eastern Affairs?
Yes.
The Director of Policy Planning, Jacob Sullivan?
Yes.
The National Security Council?
Yes.
The Intelligence Community?
Yes.
The Defense Department?
Yes.
This weekend, one of our colleagues on this panel, Mr. Pompeo, went on Meet the Press And I wonder if we could cue up the video. He had this exchange. Can we please play the video clip?
Mr. Blumenthal, it goes directly to this security issue. We see now that former Secretary Clinton relied on Mr. Blumenthal for most of her intelligence. That is, she was relying
That is
on
factually not
No,
correct.
it is absolutely
Relied
factually
on
correct.
Mr. Blumenthal for most of her intelligence.
Ms. Mitchell, take a look at the email trails, and you will see.
I cover the State Department. That is just factually not correct.
That clip, for me, just defies all logic, and I think Andrea Mitchell correctly called him out on something that was a falsehood. Secretary Clinton, what did you think when you heard that clip?
Well, that it was factually untrue. And I think your questioning and what I have stated today is a much clearer and more factual description of how we gathered information to make our decisions regarding Libya.
With your answer that you believe it to be factually incorrect, I just want to add that the Washington Post fact checker immediately awarded that claim for Pinocchio's, which is the worst rating possible. And I'm going to quote the Post on what they said about that quote. Looking at her private emails is just part of the picture, and it ignores the vast amount of information, much of it classified, that is available to the Secretary of State. Secretary Clinton, would you agree with that statement from the Washington Post?
Yes, I would.
Okay. So it seems to me, there have been allegations that the work that this committee has done has been political in nature, and that much of the facts have already been decided before all of the evidence is in, including your testimony here today. When I see clips like that, it sort of supports the theory that this panel is not really interested in investigating what happened just prior to, the evening of, and immediately in the aftermath of September 11, 2012, but that in fact there is another motive behind that. We have you here, and so while you are here, I want to make the most of your time and allow you to sort of debunk many of the myths that have been generated over the last 17 months, most of which have no factual basis for those being said. One is that you seemingly were disengaged the evening of September 11, 2012. For example, Mike Huckabee accused you, as Mr. Cummings said, of ignoring the warning calls from dying Americans in Benghazi, and Senator Rand Paul stated that Benghazi was a 3 a.m. phone call that you never picked up. And Senator Lindsey Graham tweeted, "Where the hell were you on the night of the Benghazi attack?" Those appear to be based on the testimony of witnesses and the documentation that we have obtained in this committee and other previous committees. They seem to run counter to the truth because the testimony we've received states pretty much that you were deeply engaged the night of the attack. So can you describe for us what the initial hours of that night were like for you, and how you learned about the attacks, and what your initial thoughts and actions were?
Well, Congresswoman, I learned about the attacks from a State Department official rushing into my office shortly after or around 4 o'clock to tell me that our compound in Benghazi had been attacked. We immediately summoned all of the top officials in the State Department for them to begin reaching out. The most important quick call was to try to reach Chris himself. That was not possible. Then to have the diplomatic security people try to reach their agents, that was not possible. They were obviously defending themselves along with the ambassador and Sean Smith. We reached the second in command in Tripoli. He had heard shortly before we reached him from Chris Stevens telling him that they were under attack. We began to reach out to everyone we could possibly think who could help with this terrible incident. During the course of the following hours, obviously I spoke to the White House, I spoke to CIA Director Petraeus, I spoke to the Libyan officials because I hoped that there were some way that they could gather up and deploy those who had been part of the insurgency to defend our compound. I had conference calls with our team in Tripoli. I was on what's called a civets, video conference with officials who had operational responsibilities in the Defense Department, in the CIA, at the National Security Council. It was just a swirl and whirl of constant effort to try to figure out what we could do, and it was deeply distressing when we heard that the efforts by our CIA colleagues were not successful, that they had to evacuate the security officers, our diplomatic security officers, that they had recovered Sean Smith's body, and they could not find the ambassador. We didn't know whether he had escaped and was still alive or not.
If I may, because my time is running short, I just want to point out that you spoke with folks on the ground, you spoke with folks in the White House, the CIA, the Libyan president of the General National Congress. Now, interestingly enough, former director of the CIA, David Petraeus, has not been before this committee and has not spoken with this committee, but he did testify before the House Intelligence Committee in 2012, and he said that you personally called him and asked him for help that night. And I just want to end on this quote. Quote, "When Secretary Clinton called me later that afternoon to indicate that Ambassador Stevens was missing and asked for help, I directed our folks to ensure that we were doing everything possible, and that is, of course, what they were doing that night." Is that correct, Secretary?
That is, and also the Defense Department was doing everything it could possibly do. We had a plane bringing additional security from Tripoli to Benghazi. There was an enormous amount of activity. Everyone, it was all hands on deck. Everyone jumped in to try to figure out what they could do. The attack on the compound was very fast.
So would it be safe to say that you were fully engaged that evening?
That is certainly safe to say, Congresswoman.
Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentlelady from California yields back. The chair will now recognize the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Jordan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You just gave a long answer, Madam Secretary, to Ms. Sanchez about what you heard that night, what you're doing, but nowhere in there did you mention a video. You didn't mention a video because there was never a video-inspired protest in Benghazi. There was in Cairo, but not in Benghazi. Victoria Nuland, your spokesperson at the State Department, hours after the attack said this: Benghazi has been attacked by militants. In Cairo, police have removed demonstrators. Benghazi, you got weapons and explosions. Cairo, you got spray paint and rocks. 1 hour before the attack in Benghazi, Chris Stevens walks the diplomat to the front gate. The ambassador didn't report a demonstration. He didn't report it because it never happened. An eyewitness in the command center that night on the ground said no protest, no demonstration. 2 intelligence reports that day. No protest, no demonstration. The attack starts at 3:42 Eastern Time, ends at approximately 11:40 p.m. that night. At 4:06, an ops alert goes out across the State Department. It says this: mission under attack, armed men, shots fired, explosions heard. No mention of a video, no mention of a protest, no mention of a demonstration. But the best evidence is Greg Hicks, the #2 guy in Libya, the guy who worked side by side with Ambassador Stevens. He was asked if there had been a protest, would the ambassador have reported it? Mr. Hicks' response, absolutely. For there to have been a demonstration on Chris Stevens' front door and him not to have reported it is unbelievable, Mr. Hicks said. He said, secondly, if it had been reported, he would have been out the back door within minutes, and there was a back gate. Everything points to a terrorist attack. We just heard from Mr. Pompeo about the long history of terrorist incidents, terrorist violence in the country, and yet 5 days later, Susan Rice goes on 5 TV shows, and she says this: Benghazi was a spontaneous reaction as a consequence of a video. A statement we all know is false, but don't take my word for it. Here's what others have said. Rice was off the reservation on 5 networks, White House worried about the politics. Republicans didn't make those statements. They were made by the people who work for you in the Near Eastern Affairs Bureau, the actual experts on Libya in the State Department. So, if there's no evidence for a video-inspired protest, then where'd the false narrative start? It started with you, Madam Secretary. At 10:08 on the night of the attack, you released this statement. Some have sought to justify the vicious behavior as a response to inflammatory material posted on the internet. At 10:08, with no evidence, at 10:08, before the attack is over, at 10:08, when Tyrone Woods and Glenn Doherty are still on the roof of the annex fighting for their lives, the official statement of the State Department blames a video. Why?
During the day on September 11th, as you did mention, Congressman, there was a very large protest against our embassy in Cairo. Protesters breached the walls. They tore down the American flag. And it was of grave concern to us because the inflammatory video had been shown on Egyptian television, which has a broader reach than just inside Egypt. And if you look at what I said, I referred to the video that night in a very specific way. I said, some have sought to justify the attack because of the video. I used those words deliberately, not to ascribe a motive to every attacker, but as a warning to those across the region that there was no justification for further attacks. And in fact, during the course of that week, we had many attacks that were all about the video. We had people breaching the walls of our embassies in Tunis and Khartoum. We had people, thankfully not Americans, dying at protests, but that's what was going on, Congressman.
Secretary Clinton, I appreciate most of those attacks were after the attack on the facility in Benghazi. You mentioned Cairo. It was interesting what else Ms. Newland said that day. She said, if pressed by the press, if there's a connection between Cairo and Benghazi, she said this, there's no connection between the two. So here's what troubles me. Your experts knew the truth. Your spokesperson knew the truth. Greg Hicks knew the truth. But what troubles me more is I think you knew the truth. I want to show you a few things here. You're looking at an email you sent to your family. Here's what you said. At 11 o'clock that night, approximately 1 hour after you told the American people it was a video, you say to your family, 2 officers were killed today in Benghazi by an al-Qaeda-like group. You tell the American people one thing, you tell your family an entirely different story. Also, on the night of the attack, you had a call with the president of Libya. Here's what you said to him. Ansar al-Sharia is claiming responsibility. It's interesting, Mr. Katala, one of the guys arrested and charged, actually belonged to that group. And finally, and most significantly, the next day, within 24 hours, you had a conversation with the Egyptian prime minister. You told him this: we know the attack in Libya had nothing to do with the film. It was a planned attack, not a protest. Let me read that one more time. We know, not we think, not it might be, we know the attack in Libya had nothing to do with the film. It was a planned attack, not a protest. State Department experts knew the truth. You knew the truth, but that's not what the American people got. And again, the American people want to know why. Why didn't you tell the American people exactly what you told the Egyptian prime minister?
Well, I think if you look at the statement that I made, I clearly said that it was an attack, and I also said that there were some who tried to justify it on the basis of the video, Congressman. And I think
But real quick, calling it an attack is like saying the sky's blue. Of course, it was an attack.
Well,
we want to know the truth. The statement you sent out was a statement on Benghazi, and you say vicious behavior as a response to inflammatory material on the internet. If that's not pointing as the motive of being a video, I don't know what is. And that's certainly how the American people saw it.
Well, Congressman, there was a lot of conflicting information that we were trying to make sense of. The situation was very fluid. It was fast moving. There was also a claim of responsibility by Ansar al-Sharia. And when I talked to the Egyptian prime minister, I said that this was a claim of responsibility by Ansar al-Sharia, by a group that was affiliated, or at least wanted to be affiliated with al-Qaeda. Sometime after that, the next day, early the next morning after that, on the 12th or 13th, they retracted their claim of responsibility.
Madam Secretary?
And I think if you look at what all of us were trying to do, and we were in a position, Congressman, of trying to make sense of a lot of incoming information and watch the way the intelligence community tried to make sense of it.
Madam
And
Secretary.
so all I
There
can
was
say
not
is
conflicting,
nobody...
There was not conflicting information the day of the attack because your press secretary said, if pressed, there's no connection between Cairo and Benghazi. It was clear. You're the ones who muddied it up, not the information.
Well, there's no connection.
Here's what I think's going on. Here's what I think's going on. Let me show you one more slide. Again, this is from Victoria Nuland, your press person. She says to Jake Sullivan and Philippe Reines, subject line reads this: Romney's statement on Libya. Email says, this is what Ben was talking about. I assume Ben is the now somewhat famous Ben Rhodes, author of the Talking Points memo. This email is at 10:35, 27 minutes after your 10:08 statement. 27 minutes after you've told everyone it's a video, while Americans are still fighting because the attack's still going on, your top people are talking politics. Seems to me that night you had three options, Secretary. You could tell the truth, like you did with your family, like you did with the Libyan president, like you did with the Egyptian prime minister. Tell them it was a terrorist attack. You could say, you know what, we're not quite sure. Don't really know for sure. I don't think the evidence is there. I think it's all in the first one, but you could have done that. But you picked a third option. You picked the video narrative. You picked the one with no evidence, and you did it because Libya was supposed to be, as Mr. Rodham pointed out, this great success story for the Obama White House and the Clinton State Department. And a key campaign theme that year was GM's alive, bin Laden's dead, Al-Qaeda's on the run. And now you have a terrorist attack. And it's a terrorist attack in Libya. And it's just 56 days before an election. You can live with a protest about a video. That won't hurt you. But a terrorist attack will. So you can't be square with the American people. You can tell your family it's a terrorist attack, but not the American people. You can tell the president of Libya it's a terrorist attack, but not the American people. And you can tell the Egyptian prime minister it's a terrorist attack, but you can't tell your own people the truth. Madam Secretary, Americans can live with the fact that good people sometimes give their lives for this country. They don't like it. They mourn for those families. They pray for those families. But they can live with it. But what they can't take, what they can't live with, is when their government's not square with them. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Madam Secretary, you're welcome to answer the question if you would like to.
Well, I wrote a whole chapter about this in my book, Hard Choices. I'd be glad to send it to you, Congressman, because I think the insinuations that you are making do a grave disservice to the hard work that people in the State Department, the intelligence community, the Defense Department, the White House did during the course of some very confusing and difficult days. There is no doubt in my mind that we did the best we could with the information that we had at the time. And if you actually go back and read what I said that night, I was very careful in saying that some have sought to justify. In fact, the man that has been arrested as one of the ringleaders of what happened in Benghazi, Ahmed Abu Khattala, is reported to have said it was the video that motivated him. None of us can speak to the individual motivations of those terrorists who overran our compound and who attacked our CIA annex. There were probably a number of different motivations. I think the intelligence community, which took the lead on trying to sort this out, as they should have, went through a series of interpretations and analysis. And we were all guided by that. We were not making up the intelligence. We were trying to get it, make sense of it, and then to share it. When I was speaking to the Egyptian prime minister, or in the other two examples you showed, we had been told by Ansar al-Sharia that they took credit for it. It wasn't until about 24 or more hours later that they retracted taking credit for
Secretary
it.
Clinton?
We also knew, Congressman, because my responsibility was for what was happening throughout the region. I needed to be talking about the video because I needed to be putting other governments and other people on notice that we were not going to let them get away with attacking us as they did in Tunis, as they did in Khartoum. And in Tunis, there were thousands of demonstrators who were there only because of the video, breaching the walls of our embassy, burning down the American school. I was calling everybody in the Tunisian government I could get, and finally President Marzouki sent his presidential guard to break it up. There were example after example. That's what I was trying to do during those very desperate and difficult
Secretary Clinton,
hours.
if I could, Mr. Chairman, Secretary Clinton, you said my insinuation. I'm not insinuating anything. I'm reading what you said. Plain language. We know the attack in Libya had nothing to do with the film. That's as plain as it can get. That's vastly different than vicious behavior justified by internet material. Why didn't you just speak plain to the American people?
I did. If you look at my statement, as opposed to what I was saying to the Egyptian prime minister, I did state clearly, and I said it again in more detail the next morning, as did the president. I'm sorry that it doesn't fit your narrative, Congressman. I can only tell you what the facts were. And the facts, as the Democratic members have pointed out in their most recent collection of them, support this process that was going on where the intelligence community was pulling together information. And it's very much harder to do it these days than it used to be because you have to monitor social media, for goodness sakes. That's where the Ansar al-Sharia claim was placed. I think the intelligence community did the best job they could, and we all did our best job to try to figure out what was going on and then to convey that to the American people.
Gentleman's time has expired. Chair will now recognize the gentleman from California, Mr. Schiff.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Madam Secretary, we're almost at the end of the first round of questions. I'll have an opportunity, then I think the chairman will, before we have a break, just to let you know where we are in the scheme of things. So I want to take a moment to think about what we've covered in this first round. In particular, comment on where this began with the chairman's statement. The chairman said at the outset of the hearing that the American people were entitled to the truth about what happened in Benghazi, the truth about the security there, the truth about what happened after the attack. The implication of this, of course, is that the American people don't know the truth, that this is the first investigation we've ever had. The reality is we've had 8 investigations. We've gone through this endlessly. If you just look at the documentary record, we have the ARB report. We have the report of the Armed Services Committee led by Republican Buck McKean, which debunked the stand-down order allegation. We have the report of the Committee on Government Reform. We have the report of the Senate Homeland Security Committee. We have the report of the House Foreign Affairs Committee. We have the GOP Conference's own report. We have the report of the Intelligence Committee, on which I serve. Now, bear in mind, these aren't with their accompanying exhibits or the classified stuff, because it would be up through the ceiling if I included them. This is the report of our committee. This is what $4.7 million of taxpayer money buy you. This is what 17 months of investigation have shown. Now, the chairman said, and he's a very good lawyer and a good former prosecutor. We have a lot of former prosecutors here on the panel. He gave you a great recitation of the number of witnesses and the number of documents. There are too many good prosecutors on this panel not to know that when a lawyer describes the metrics of the success of an investigation by the sheer number of people they've talked to or the volume of documents, but says nothing about the substance of what they've learned, that there's a problem. And the reality is that after 17 months, we have nothing new to tell the families. We have nothing new to tell the American people. We have discovered nothing that alters the core conclusions of the 8 investigations that went on before. Now, my colleagues have been saying quite often this week with amazing regularity that this is a fact-centric investigation. And I agree. So I'd like to talk about some of the facts which are centric to this investigation because while the American people are entitled to truth about Benghazi, they're also entitled to truth about our committee. Fact. What gave rise to your appearance here today was many months ago, a group called the Stop Hillary PAC, which aired an offensive ad during the Democratic debate showing the tombstone of Ambassador Stevens, among other things, delivered 264,000 signatures demanding that you appear before us. Fact, it was the next day the majority approached us to have you come before this committee. Fact, after the New York Times issued its story in March, this committee canceled all other hearings except for the hearing with a witness named Clinton. Fact, we abandoned our plans to bring in the Secretary of Defense and the head of the CIA. Fact, we haven't had a single hearing from the Department of Defense with the Department of Defense in 17 months. Fact, of the 70,000 pages of documents obtained by the Select Committee, the only documents the chairman has chosen to release publicly are your emails with Sidney Blumenthal. Fact, of the 32 press releases that have been issued since March of this year, 27 of them are about you or the State Department, and 5 are about everything else. Fact, as recently as last week, the chairman issued a 13-page letter which alleges that you risked the lives of people by sending an email that contained the name of a classified CIA source. Fact, the CIA told us there was nothing in that email was classified, nor was the name of that person who's well known to many. The chairman has said that this will be the final definitive report. One thing I think we can tell already, there will be nothing final about this report. Whenever we finish, if ever we finish, the problem we've had as a committee is we don't know what we're looking for. But there won't be a final conclusion. There won't be anything definitive about the work of this committee because unlike the Accountability Review Board that operated in a nonpartisan way, it's unlikely the majority here will even consult with us on what their final report looks like. Those who want to believe the worst will believe the worst. Those that want to believe that this is a partisan exercise will believe it. As I said from the very beginning of this investigation, the only way this committee will add any value to what's gone on before is if we can find a way to work together and reach a common conclusion. But it is plain that is not their object. The chairman might say, ignore the words of our Republican leadership and ignore the words of our Republican members, ignore the words of our own GOP investigator, judge us by our actions, but it is the actions of this committee that are the most damning of all because they have been singularly focused on you. Let me ask you briefly, because I want to expand on just what I think is really the core theory here. I want to give you a chance to respond to it. You know, as a prosecutor, we're taught that every case should have a core theory and all the evidence and the witnesses go back to that core theory. And I've wrestled as I've listened to my colleagues today, as I have over the 17 months, what is the core theory of their case? What are they trying to convey? And I have to say it's confusing. I think the core theory is this, that you deliberately interfered with security in Benghazi and that resulted in people dying. I think that is the case they want to make. And notwithstanding how many investigations we've had that have found absolutely no merit to that, that is the impression they wish to give. Well, I have to say I'm a little confused today because my colleague pointed to an email suggesting that you weren't aware that we had a presence in Benghazi. So if you weren't aware we had a presence, I don't know how you could have interfered with security there. But nonetheless, I do think that's what they're aiming at. I know the ambassador was someone you helped pick. I know the ambassador was a friend of yours. And I wonder if you would like to comment on what it's like to be the subject of an allegation that you deliberately interfered with security that cost the life of a friend.
Well, Congressman, it's a very personally painful accusation. It has been rejected and disproven by nonpartisan, dispassionate investigators, but nevertheless, having it continued to be bandied around is deeply distressing to me. You know, I would imagine I've thought more about what happened than all of you put together. I've lost more sleep than all of you put together. I have been racking my brain about what more could have been done or should have been done. And so when I took responsibility, I took it as a challenge and an obligation to make sure before I left the State Department that what we could learn, as I'm sure my predecessors did after Beirut and after Nairobi and Dar es Salaam and after all of the other attacks on our facilities, I'm sure all of them, Republican and Democrat alike, especially where there was loss of American life, I said, okay, what must we do better? How do we protect the men and women that we send without weapons, without support from the military into some of the most dangerous places in the world? And so I will continue to speak out and do everything I can from whatever position I'm in to honor the memory of those we lost and to work as hard as I know to try to create more understanding and cooperation between the State Department, our diplomats, our development professionals from USAID, and the Congress, so that the Congress is a partner with us, as was the case in previous times. I would like us to get back to those times, Congressman, whereas I think one of you said, Beirut, we lost far more Americans, not once, but twice within a year. There was no partisan effort. People rose above politics. A Democratic Congress worked with a Republican administration to say, what do we need to learn? Out of that came the legislation for the Accountability Review Board. Similarly, after we lost more Americans in the bombings in East Africa, again, Republicans and Democrats worked together. Said, what do we need to do better? So I'm an optimist, Congressman. I'm hoping that that will be the outcome of this and every other effort so that we really do honor not only those we lost, but all those who, right as we speak, are serving in dangerous places, representing the values and the interests of the American people.
Thank you, Madam Secretary.
Gentleman from California yields back. I'm going to address a couple of things that he said and then recognize myself. Because he invoked the family members of the four, Madam Secretary, and partially this will be for your benefit also, but I want to specifically address the family members that are here. There is no theory of the prosecution, Mr. Schiff, because there is no prosecution. There's a very big difference between a prosecution where you already have reached a conclusion and you're just trying to prove it to people. This is an investigation, which is why it's so sad that nowhere in that stack that you just put up there, where the emails of Secretary Clinton, the emails of the ambassador, 50,000 pages worth of documents, eyewitnesses, that's the real tragedy. To the family and the friends, when you're told that there have been 7 previous investigations in an ARB, you should immediately ask, why did you miss so many witnesses? Why did you miss so many documents? This is not a prosecution, Mr. Schiff. You and I are both familiar with them. I've reached no conclusions, and I would advise you to not reach any conclusions either until we reach the end. There are 20 more witnesses. So I'll agree not to reach any conclusions if you'll do the same. With that, Madam Secretary, regardless of where he ranked in the order of advisors, it is undisputed that a significant number of your emails were to or from a Sidney Blumenthal. Now, he did not work for the State Department. He didn't work for the U.S. government at all. He wanted to work for the State Department, but the White House said no to him. Do you recall who specifically at the White House rejected Sidney Blumenthal?
No, I do not.
After he was turned down for a job at the State Department by the White House, he went to work where?
I think he had a number of consulting contracts with different entities.
Well, if he had a number of them, do you recall any of them?
I know that he did some work for my husband.
Well, he worked for the Clinton Foundation.
That's correct.
Okay. He worked for Media Matters.
I'm sure he did.
He worked for Correct the Record.
I'm sure he did.
When you were asked about Sidney Blumenthal, you said he was an old friend who sent you unsolicited emails, which you passed on in some instances because you wanted to hear from people outside what you called the bubble. We will ignore for a second whether or not Sidney Blumenthal is outside the bubble, but I do want to ask you about a couple of those other comments, because what you left out was that he was an old friend who knew absolutely nothing about Libya, was critical of President Obama and others that you work with, loved to send you political and image advice, had business interests in Libya, which he not only alerted you to, but solicited your help for. And you often forwarded his emails, but usually only after you redacted out any identifiers so nobody knew where the information was coming from. What does the word unsolicited mean to you?
It means that I did not ask him to send me the information that he sent me, and as I have previously stated, some of it I found interesting, some of it I did not, some of it I forwarded, some of it I did not. I did not know anything about any business interests. I thought that, just as I said previously, newspaper articles, journalists, of which he is one, a former journalist, had some interesting insights, and so we took them on board and evaluated them, and some were helpful and others were not.
We're going to get to all the points you just made, but I want to start with your public comment that these emails were unsolicited. You wrote to him, "Another keeper, thanks and please keep them coming. Greetings from Kabul and thanks for keeping this stuff coming. Any other info about it? Question mark. What are you hearing now? Question mark. Got it. We'll follow up tomorrow. Anything else to convey? Question mark." Now that one is interesting because that was the very email where Mr. Blumenthal was asking you to intervene on behalf of a business deal that he was pursuing in Libya. What did you mean by what are you hearing now?
I have no idea, Congressman. They started out unsolicited, and as I said, some were of interest. I passed them on, and some were not. And so he continued to provide me information that was made available to him.
I don't want to parse words, and I don't want to be hyper-technical, because it's not a huge point, but it is an important point. You didn't say they started off unsolicited. You said they were. You said they were unsolicited.
Well, they were unsolicited, but obviously I did respond to some of them.
Well,
and I'm sure that encouraged him.
Anything else to convey? What are you hearing now? I'm going to Paris tomorrow night. We'll meet with TNC leaders, so this and additional info useful. Still don't have electricity or BlackBerry coverage post-Irene, so I've had to resort to my new iPad. Let me know if you received this. We'll talk about the new iPad in a little bit. Here's another one. This report is in part a response to your questions. That's an email from him to you. This report is in part a response to your questions. There'll be further information in the next day. If you're the one asking him for information, how does that square with the definition of unsolicited?
I said it began that way, Mr. Chairman, and I will add that both Chris Stevens and Gene Kretz found some of the information interesting, far more than I could, because they knew some of the characters who were being mentioned, and they were the ones, the kind of persons with the expertise that I asked to evaluate to see whether there was any useful information.
We're going to get to that in a second. Now, before you give Mr. Blumenthal too much credit, you agree he didn't write a single one of those cables or memos he sent you.
I'm sorry, what?
He didn't write a single one of those cables or memos.
I don't know who wrote them. He's the one who sent them to me.
Would you be surprised to know not a single one of those was from him?
I don't know where he got the information that he was sending to me.
Did you ask? You're sending me very specific, detailed intelligence. What is your source? That
Well,
seems to me like a pretty good question.
I did learn later that he was talking to or sharing information from former American intelligence officials.
By the name of? Who wrote those cables? and
I don't
memos?
recall. I don't know, Mr. Chairman.
You had his information passed on to others, but at least on one occasion you asked Ms. Abedine, can you print without any identifiers? Why would you want his name removed?
Because I thought that it would be more important to just look at the substance and to make a determination as to whether or not there was anything to it.
Well, don't people have a right to know the source of the information so they can determine
But
credibility?
he wasn't, as you just said, the source of the information. That was
But you didn't
clear.
know that, Madam Secretary, and that's what you just said.
No, Mr. Chairman. I
no,
said
no,
that
ma'am, you-
I knew that he didn't have the sources to provide that information. I knew he was getting it from somewhere else. Whether he
did
knew
you
a lot
ask
of
where?
journalists, he knew others in Washington. It could have been a variety of people.
Well, if you're going to determine credibility, don't you want to know the source?
Well, it wasn't credibility so much as trying to follow the threads that were mentioned about individuals. And as I already stated, some of it was useful and some of it was not.
Well, did the president know that Mr. Blumenthal was advising you?
He wasn't advising me. And, you know,
Did he
Mr.
know
Chairman,
that he was your most prolific emailer that we have found on the subjects of Libya and Benghazi?
that's because I didn't do most of my work
That's
about
fair.
Libya on
I'm
email.
not challenging that, Madam Secretary. I am not challenging that. All I'm telling you is the documents show he was your most prolific emailer on Libya and Benghazi. And my question to you is, did the president, the same White House that said you can't handle him, can't hire him, did he know that he was advising you?
He was not advising me, and I have no reason to have ever mentioned that or know that the president knew that.
All right, I want to draw your attention to an email about Libya from Mr. Blumenthal to you dated April 2011. It will be Exhibit 67. And this is informative. Should we pass on, and in parentheticals, unidentified to the White House? If you were going to pass something on to the White House, why would you take off the identifiers?
Because it was important to evaluate the information, and from a lot of intelligence that I have certainly reviewed over the years, you often don't have the source of the intelligence. You look at the intelligence and you try to determine whether or not it is credible, whether it can be followed up on.
Well, I'm going to accept the fact that you and I come from different backgrounds, because I can tell you that an unsourced comment could never be uttered in any courtroom. You have
We're
to
not
have
talking
the
about
right.
courtrooms, Mr. Chairman.
no.
We're talking about intelligence.
No, we're
and-
talking about credibility and the
Well-
ability to assess who a source is and whether or not that source has ever been to Libya, knows anything about Libya, or has business interest in Libya, all of which would be important if you were going to determine the credibility, which I think is why you probably took his information off of what you sent to the White House. But here's another possible explanation that may give us a sense of why maybe the White House didn't want you to hire him in the first place. In one email, he wrote this about the President's Secretary of Defense. I infer Gates' problem is losing an internal debate. Tyler, and by the way, Tyler is Tyler Drumheller. That's who actually authored the cables that you got from Mr. Blumenthal. Tyler knows him well and says he's a mean, vicious little, I'm not going to say the word, but he did. This is an email from Blumenthal to you about the President's Secretary of Defense. And here's another Blumenthal email to you about President's National Security Advisor. Frankly, Tom Donilon's babbling rhetoric about narratives on a phone briefing of reporters on March the 10th has inspired derision among serious foreign policy analysts, both here and abroad. And here's another one from what you say is your old friend, Sidney Blumenthal. This is a quote from him. I would say Obama, and by the way, he left the president part out. I would say Obama appears to be intent on seizing defeat from the jaws of victory. He and his political cronies in the White House and Chicago are, to say the least, unenthusiastic about regime change in Libya. Obama's lukewarm and self-contradicting statements have produced what is, at least for the moment, operational paralysis. I think that may give us a better understanding of why the White House may have told you you cannot hire him. Blumenthal could not get hired by our government, didn't pass any background check at all, had no role with our government, had never been to Libya, had no expertise in Libya, was critical of the president and others that you worked with, shared polling data with you on the intervention in Libya, gave you political advice on how to take credit for Libya, all the while working for the Clinton Foundation and some pseudo-news entities. And Madam Secretary, he had unfettered access to you. And he used that access, at least on one occasion, to ask you to intervene on behalf of a business venture. Do you recall that?
You know, Mr. Chairman, if you don't have any friends who say unkind things privately, I congratulate you. But from my perspective,
I'd like to think I'd correct them.
I don't know what this line of questioning does to help us get to the bottom of the deaths of 4 Americans.
I'll be happy
help
to
us
I'll be
do
happy
better.
to help you understand that, Madam Secretary.
But I want to reiterate what I said to Congresswoman Sanchez. These were originally unsolicited. You've just said that perhaps the main, if not the exclusive author, was a former intelligence agent for our country who rose to the highest levels of the CIA and who was given credit for being one of the very few who pointed out that the intelligence used by the Bush administration to go to war in Iraq was wrong. So I think that, you know, the sharing of information from an old friend that I did not take at face value, that I sent on to those who were experts, is something that you know, makes sense, but it was certainly not in any way the primary source of or the predominant understanding that we had of what was going on in Libya and what we needed to be doing.
Well, Madam Secretary, I'm out of time, and we'll pick this back up the next round, but I'll go ahead and let you know ahead of time why it's relevant. It's relevant because our ambassador was asked to read and respond to Sidney Blumenthal's drivel. It was sent to him to read and react to. In some instances, on the very same day he was asking for security. So I think it is eminently fair to ask why Sidney Blumenthal had unfettered access to you, Madam Secretary, with whatever he wanted to talk about, and there's not a single solitary email to or from you, to or from Ambassador Stevens. I think that is fair, and we'll take that up next
Gentleman
round.
yield. Gentleman yield.
Sure.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, you've made several inaccurate statements over the past month as you have tried to defend against multiple Republican admissions that the Select Committee has been wasting millions of tax dollars to damage Secretary Clinton's bid for president. On Sunday, you made another inaccurate statement during your appearance on Face the Nation, and it's being taken up here, and this is the relevance. Here's what you said, and I quote, "There are other folks who may have equities in her emails, and there may be other entities who are evaluating her emails. But my interest in them is solely making sure that I get everything I'm entitled to so that I can do my job. The rest of it, classification, Clinton Foundation, you name it, I have zero interest in it, which is why you haven't seen me send a subpoena related to it or interview a single person other than Brian Pagliano, because I need to know that the record is complete." And I'm going back to the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I'm
Mr.
waiting.
Chairman, let me finish.
I'm waiting on you.
Let me-
I've been very
I'm
patient.
coming, just wait.
I'm waiting on the
All right,
inaccurate statement.
I'm getting there. Mr. Chairman.
Well, we got to take
your
a break.
statement was, well, it's not going to take long. You took up 4 minutes over, so let me have 3.
I've let everybody go over,
Thank
including you, Mr.
Thank
Congress.
you very much. You issued a subpoena to Sidney Blumenthal on May 19th, 2015, compelling him to appear for a deposition on June 16, 2015. You issued this subpoena unilaterally without giving the Select Committee members the opportunity to debate or vote on it. You sent 2 armed marshals to serve the subpoena on Mrs. Blumenthal's wife at their home without having ever sent him a request to participate voluntarily, which he would have done. Then, Mr. Chairman, you personally attended Mr. Blumenthal's deposition. You personally asked him about the Clinton Foundation, and you personally directed your staff to ask questions about the Clinton Foundation, which they did more than 50 times. Now, these facts directly contradict the statements you made on national television this last Sunday.
No, sir. With all due respect, they do not. We just heard email after email after email about Libya and Benghazi that Sidney Blumenthal sent to the Secretary of State. I don't care if he sent it by Morse code, carrier pigeon, smoke signals. The fact that he happened to send it by email is irrelevant. What is relevant is that he was sending information to the Secretary of State. That is what's relevant. Now, with respect to the subpoena, if he'd bothered to answer the telephone calls of our committee, he wouldn't have needed a subpoena.
Would the gentleman yield?
I'll be happy to, but you need to make sure the entire record is correct, Mr. Cummings.
And that's exactly what I want to do.
Well, then go ahead.
I'm about to tell you. I move that we put into the record the entire transcript of Sidney Blumenthal. We're going to release the emails. Let's do the transcript. That way the world can see it.
Well, we
The motion has been seconded.
Well, we're not going to take that up at a hearing. We'll take that up in a
Chairman,
business
I've consulted
meeting.
with the parliamentarian, and they have informed us that we have a right to a recorded vote on that motion. We want, you
I'll tell you
ask
what,
for
let's
the
do
truth,
that.
the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Well, that's what we want to have. Let the world see it.
Why is it that you only want Mr. Blumenthal's transcript released? Why don't you
I'd
want
like
the
to have all of
survivors?
them released.
The survivors, even their names?
Let me
you
tell
want
you
that?
something. No,
you want that released?
Let me tell you something. Right now,
the only one you've asked for is Sidney
the
Blumenthal.
the
That's the only one you've asked for. That and Miss Mills.
Cheryl Mills.
That's not true.
No, that's 2 out of 54.
Chairman asked for a
Now, if you want to ask for some fact
We asked
witnesses,
for a recorded vote on the Blumenthal. You said from the beginning, we want the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Why don't we just put the entire transcript out there and let the world see it? What do you have to hide?
His are the only emails that you have released. And the fairness to Mr. Blumenthal and to the American people, in the interest of a complete record, if you're going to release his emails, release his transcript where he has a chance to give the context of those emails.
well, you keep referring to Blumenthal emails. I would hasten to remind both of you, the only reason we have Blumenthal emails is because he emailed the Secretary of State. Those are her emails. That's why they were released. They're not Blumenthal's emails, and she wanted all of her emails released. She's been saying since March, I want the entire world to see my emails. Well, Sidney Blumenthal's emails are part of that. So here's what I'll do. I'll be happy to talk to the parliamentarian, because the parliamentarian told me that your motion actually would not be in order for a hearing. But at the latest, we'll take a vote. The first week we are back, after this week, we'll have a business meeting. We can take up Mr. Blumenthal's transcript. We can take up whatever other transcripts you want. And while we're there, we can also take up the 20-some-odd outstanding discovery requests that we have to different executive branch entities. Why don't we just take all of it up then?
Mr. Chairman, the allegations that have been made against him are refuted by his own testimony. In the interest of not having...
That's your opinion, Adam.
Well, if you disagree, then release the transcripts.
What allegation, Adam?
Why conceal the transcripts, even if the motion were not in order? You have the power to release them. You have the power to say
I'll tell
right
you why,
now
because
that
I'm not going to release one transcript of someone who knows nothing about Libya by his own admission, while people who risk their lives, you have no interest in their story getting out. You don't want the 18 DS agents. You don't want the CIA agents. The only transcripts you want released are Miss Mills and Sidney Blumenthal.
Mr. Chairman,
So we'll take all of this up in November.
The only person you were interested in asking about during your entire questioning was Sidney Blumenthal. If you're so interested in him, release the transcript. You selectively released his emails. They're the only witness you've done that for. So you're asking, why are we only asking for his transcript?
I'm going to ask the gentleman from California to please do a better job of characterizing. These are not Sidney Blumenthal's emails. These are Secretary Clinton's emails. And I'll tell you what, if you think you've heard about Sidney Blumenthal so far, wait till the next round.
Sure,
With that, we're adjourned.
Sure.
We're in recess. Committee will come back to order. Madam Secretary, with your indulgence, we will take up one little housekeeping matter. The question is on the motion of the gentleman to include the document in the record. The chair opposes the motion. Those in favor of the motion may signify by by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed by no.
No. Roll call, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, I ask for a recorded vote.
The recorded vote has been requested. The chairman says the chairman's vote. Do it. Yeah, I'm sorry. Secretary, call the roll.
Mr. Westmoreland?
No.
Mr. Westmoreland votes no. Mr. Jordan?
Mr. Who? I'm sorry. I couldn't hear.
Oh, sorry. Mr. Jordan? No. Mr. Jordan votes no. Mr. Roscom?
No.
Mr. Roscom votes no. Mr. Pompeo?
No.
Mr. Pompeo votes no. Mrs. Roby? Mrs. Roby votes no. Mrs. Brooks?
No.
Mrs. Brooks votes no. Mr. Cummings?
Yes.
Mr. Cummings votes yes. Mr. Smith?
Aye.
Mr. Smith votes aye. Mr. Schiff? Aye. Mr. Schiff votes aye. Ms. Sanchez? Aye. Ms. Sanchez votes aye. Ms. Duckworth? Aye. Ms. Duckworth votes aye.
The clerk will report.
And Mr. Gowdy?
No.
Mr. Gowdy votes no. Yeas 5, noes 8.
And the motion is not agreed to. Madam Secretary,
My apologies, sir. It was 7.
motion still not agreed to. Even South Carolina math can figure that out. Madam Secretary, before we broke, there was a question asked that I thought was a fair question, which is why was I talking about Mr. Blumenthal's emails? I do think that's a fair question. I think it's an equally fair question to ask why you were reading Mr. Blumenthal's emails. I think both are fair, so I want to go to June of 2012, which is an interesting time period to look at. It started. Charlene Lamb was an employee of the State Department, and she sent an email which you may be familiar with. It's at tab 56. I'm not going to read it, but it's at tab 56, where she described Benghazi as a soft target, attacks on Americans not staffed adequately. It's a very haunting email to read. It was actually 3 months to the day when our 4 fellow citizens were killed, and that's on June the 7th, 2012. Also on June the 7th of 2012, your Deputy Chief of Staff, Mr. Jake Sullivan, is emailing Ambassador Stevens, asking the ambassador to look at a memo Sidney Blumenthal sent you. And in fact, Mr. Sullivan writes to the ambassador, Chris, checking in with you on this report, any reactions? All right, that's on exactly the same day that I believe our ambassador's papers were accepted in Libya. It's the day after an IED attack on our compound, and Chris Stevens is being asked to read and react to an email by Sidney Blumenthal from your Deputy Chief of Staff. And this is what he's writing on the 7th. This is after he's been turned down on a request for more security. This is our ambassador. Appreciate you giving this proposal consideration, even if the conclusion was not favorable for us. We'd be interested in pursuing the other avenue you suggest, high-threat trained agents. Best, Chris. So I've got this contrast in my mind. An ambassador is newly in place. It's a day after an attack on our facility. Your Deputy Chief of Staff is sending him an email from Sidney Blumenthal asking him to take time to read and react to it. And then, to the best of my recollection, that's forwarded to you. So help us understand how Sidney Blumenthal had that kind of access to you, Madam Secretary, but the ambassador did not.
Mr. Chairman, because I think that your question does help to clarify matters. Chris Stevens emailed regularly with Jake Sullivan, one of my closest aides in the State Department. He could have emailed to Mr. Sullivan knowing that it would have been immediately responded to on any issue that was of concern to him, and he did not raise issues about security on that day or other days. And I think it's important to recognize that when an ambassador is at post overseas, especially one as experienced a diplomat as Chris Stevens, he knows where to pull the levers, where to go for information, where to register concerns. And I think he did exactly as one might have expected. He dealt with security issues through dealing with the security professionals who were the ones making the assessments. And I think that Ambassador Stevens understood completely that that's where the experts were, and that's where anything he requested or anything he was questioning should be directed.
Speaking of experts, who is Victoria Newland?
A very experienced diplomat. She served as our ambassador to NATO, appointed by President George W. Bush. She served as one of the advisors as a Foreign Service officer delegated to the White House for Vice President Cheney. She served as the spokesperson for the State Department during my tenure, and she is currently the Assistant Secretary for Europe under Secretary Kerry.
She wrote this to the ambassador on June the 13th, 2012. That is a week after the facility was attacked. It is only a handful of days after he was turned down on a request, specific request, for more security. Chris, I know you have your hands full, but we'd like your advice about public messaging on the spate of violence in Libya over the past 10 days. So she's asking him for help with public messaging. Jake Sullivan, which is the other half of the question that I don't think we got to. I understand that Chris Stevens was a rule follower. I understand that. I've got no qualms. My question was actually not why Chris Stevens didn't contact you, but why did Jake Sullivan send Chris Stevens a Sidney Blumenthal email to read and react to on the day after the facility was attacked? The same day he was denied a request for more security, and instead of email traffic back and forth about security, it's read and react to a Blumenthal email.
Well, I think any ambassador, if one were sitting before the committee, would say that they handled a lot of incoming information and requests. Some of it was about what was happening in country. Some of it was about what was happening back in the United States. And Chris felt strongly that the United States needed to remain in and committed to Libya. So he was concerned that there might be a feeling on the part of some, either in the State Department or elsewhere in the government, that we shouldn't be in Libya. And he was adamantly in favor of us staying in Libya. So part of what the discussion with him and Jake Sullivan and others was, how do we best convey what the stakes the United States has in staying involved in Libya would be? And I thought that was, very much in keeping with both his assessment and his experience.
Well, I appreciate your perspective, Madam Secretary. Let me share with you my perspective. And if you need to take a time to read a note, I'm happy to pause.
No, I'm just being reminded, which I think is important, that remember, Chris spent the vast majority of his time in Tripoli, not in Benghazi. So a lot of what he was looking at is how you deal with not only those in authority positions in Libya who were based in Tripoli at that time, but also representatives of other governments and the like. And I think it is fair to say that any time you're trying to figure out what's the best argument to make, especially if you're someone like Chris Stevens trying to put together and make the best argument about why the United States should remain committed to Libya and others as well. He's going to engage in conversations about that.
Well, with respect, Madam Secretary, no matter what city he was in Libya, having to stop and provide public messaging advice to your press shop and having to read and respond to an email sent by Sidney Blumenthal, it doesn't matter what town you're in. He needed security help. He didn't need help messaging the violence. He needed help actually with the violence. You have said several times this morning that you had people and processes in place. And I want to ask you about an email that was sent to you by another one of your aides, Ms. Uma Abedin. That would be exhibit number 70 in your folder. She emailed you that the Libyan people needed medicine, gasoline, diesel, and milk. Do you know how long it took you to respond to that email?
Well, I responded to it very quickly.
Yeah, 4 minutes. My question, and I think it's a fair one, is the Libyan people had their needs responded to directly by you in 4 minutes, and there is no record of our security folks ever even making it to your inbox. So if you had people and processes in place for security, did you not also have people and processes in place for medicine, gasoline, diesel, milk?
You know, Mr. Chairman, I've said it before. I will say it again. I'll say it as many times as is necessary to respond. Chris Stevens communicated regularly with the members of my staff. He did not raise security with the members of my staff. I communicated with him about certain issues. He did not raise security with me. He raised security with the security professionals. Now, I know that's not the answer you want to hear because it's being asked in many different ways by committee members. But those are the facts, Mr. Chairman.
No.
Ambassadors in the field are engaged in many different tasks. They are basically our chief representative of the President of the United States. So they deal with everything from, foreign aid to security to dealing with the personal requests for visas that come from people in the country they are assigned to. And Chris Stevens had regular contact with members of my staff, and he did not raise security issues. Now, some of it may have been because, despite what was implied earlier, there was a good back and forth about security, and many of the requests that came from Embassy Tripoli, both for Tripoli and for Benghazi, were acted on affirmatively. Others were not. That is what an ambassador, especially a diplomat as experienced as Chris Stevens, would expect, that it would be unlikely to be able to get every one of your requests immediately answered positively. So yes, he had regular contact with my aides. He did not raise security with me, and the security questions and requests were handled by the security professionals.
Madam Secretary, with all due respect, those are two separate issues. Who Chris Stevens had access to is one issue. Who had access to you and for what is another issue, because you have said you had people and processes in place. You also have people and processes in place for people who want to send you meaningless political advice. You also have people and processes in place for people who want to inquire about milk and diesel fuel and gasoline. You also have people and processes in place for people who want to provide insults towards folks you work with in the administration. All of that made it directly into your inbox, Madam Secretary. That is my question. My question is, how did you decide when to invoke a people in process and who just got to come straight to you? Because it looked like certain things got straight to your inbox and the request for more security did not. And while you're answering that, I want to inform and instruct why I'm asking it. You have mentioned the ARB on a number of occasions again today. This was not the first ARB. We had one after Kenya and Tanzania. And that ARB could not have been more specific. The Secretary of State should personally review the security situation of our embassy facilities. That ARB put the responsibility squarely on you. So with respect to that previous ARB recommendation, and in contrast, what did make your inbox versus what did not, did you personally review our security situation as the previous ARB required?
Well, let me see if I can answer the many parts of your question, Mr. Chairman. Yes, personal email came to my personal account. Work-related email did as well. And I also relied on a number of my aides and staff members, as well as experienced Foreign Service officers and civil servants, who were similarly engaged in gathering information and sharing it. And as I said, and I will repeat, Chris Stevens communicated with a number of people that I worked with on a daily basis in the State Department. So far as I know, he did not raise any issue of security with any of those people. He raised it where he knew it would be properly addressed. If he had raised it with me, I would be here telling you he had. He did not. And so I think it's important to try to separate out the various elements of your question, Mr. Chairman, and I will do my best to continue to try to answer your questions. But I have said before, and I will repeat again, Sid Blumenthal was not my advisor, official or unofficial, about Libya. He was not involved in any of the meetings, conversations, other efforts to obtain information in order to act on it. On occasion, I did forward what he sent me to make sure that it was in the mix. So if it was useful, it could be put to use. And I believe in response to the email you pointed out originally from Ambassador Stevens, he actually said it rang true and it was worth looking into. So I think it's important that we separate out the fact that Mr. Blumenthal was not my advisor. He was not an official of the United States government. He was not passing on official information. He, like a number of my friends who would hand me a newspaper article, would buttonhole me at a reception and say, what about this or what about that? We're trying to be helpful. Some of it was, a lot of it wasn't.
Chair will now recognize the gentlelady from California, Ms. Sanchez.
Thank you. Secretary Clinton, I listened very carefully when Chairman Gowdy was questioning you in the first round of questioning. I have to say I was kind of surprised. We waited more than a year to finally get you up here to testify. We spent almost $5 million and we interviewed about 54 witnesses. And when the chairman finally got his chance to question you, he asked you he quibbled actually over the definition of the word unsolicited. As if that wasn't bad enough, then he doubled down on this idea that Sidney Blumenthal was your primary advisor on Libya, a claim that we heard the Washington Post awarded for Pinocchios. He said on Sunday on national television that he had zero interest in the Clinton Foundation and other topics, but then he just spent his full time, the full questioning time in the first round, asking you about the Clinton Foundation, media matters, and other topics that don't really have anything to do with the attacks that occurred in Benghazi. And my own sense of incredulity was, really? Is this why we've asked you to come to testify about that? The overwhelming sense that I get from the Republican side of the aisle is they seem to be arguing somehow that Sidney Blumenthal had access to you while Ambassador Stevens did not. Do you think that that's an accurate statement?
Of course not, Congresswoman. You know, you didn't need my email address to get my attention. In fact, most of the work I did, as I said this morning, had nothing to do with my emails. It had to do with the kind of meetings and materials that were provided to me through those who were responsible for making decisions on a whole range of issues. And as I just told the chairman, if Ambassador Stevens had grave concerns that he wanted raised with me, he certainly knew how to do that.
He could speak to your office or your staff?
Absolutely.
Or you directly on the telephone?
Absolutely.
Did he ever ask you for your personal email address and you turned him down? You shot him down?
No, he did not.
Can't email me? The other thing that I'm hearing from the other side of the aisle is they're arguing that there was this, security was, it was sort of decomposing in eastern Libya, and that no security improvements were ever made to the Benghazi outpost. That's not a true statement, is it?
No, it is not.
In fact, there were many security enhancements that were asked for that were actually made, although there were other requests that were made that were not fulfilled. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. The other line of questioning that sort of surprises me is that over the course of this investigation, Republicans have repeatedly asked why the U.S. was still in Benghazi on the night of the attacks. During the Select Committee's first hearing, which was more than a year ago, the chairman posed the following question. We know the risk of being in Benghazi. Can you tell us what our policy was in Libya that overcame those risks? In other words, why were we there? And the Accountability Review Board had already answered that question. It explained that Benghazi was the largest city and historical power center in eastern Libya. Further went on to say, although the rebel-led Transitional National Council declared that Tripoli would continue to be the capital of post-Gaddafi Libya, many of the influential players in the TNC remained based in Benghazi. And the ARB went on to explain that Ambassador Stevens advocated for a U.S. presence in Benghazi, and his status as the leading U.S. government advocate on Libya policy and his expertise on Benghazi in particular caused Washington to give unusual deference to his judgments. Secretary Clinton, do you agree? Was Ambassador Stevens a leading expert on Libya policy, and did you also give his opinions a lot of weight and respect?
Yes, I did, Congresswoman.
And do you recall Ambassador Stevens advocating from the ground up for continued U.S. presence, specifically in Benghazi?
Yes, he did.
In fact, Ambassador Stevens' emails, many of which this committee has had for more than a year, confirm what you've just stated. Mr. Chairman, I would ask unanimous consent to enter this document into the record, and it's being passed out to the members of the committee.
Without objection.
Secretary Clinton, I understand this email is not one that you have seen before, as it was not addressed or sent to you. Is that correct?
That's correct.
In the email before you, then Special Envoy Stevens wrote this proposal for continued presence in Benghazi at Embassy Tripoli, as Embassy Tripoli was reopened following the fall of Gaddafi. He suggested two potential models. Option A was a slimmed-down compound, and option B was a virtual presence with 0 full-time State Department staff in Benghazi. Special Envoy Stevens sent this email to Jean Kretz, then the ambassador to Libya, his deputy chief of mission, and the director of the Office of Maghreb Affairs. At the time, these career diplomats had a combined 83 years of foreign service experience. Would the recommendation of this team be given a fair amount of weight within the department?
Yes, it would.
And is that the way that it should work, that the views of experienced diplomats should count in decision-making?
They certainly did to me, and I think that should be the practice.
In the same email, Special Envoy Stevens states, quote, my personal recommendation would be option A, which was the option for a slimmed-down compound. He then notes a few of his key rationales for wanting to stay. In an earlier September 6, 2011 email advocating for continued Benghazi presence, Special Envoy Stevens provided more reasons, including the opportunity to, quote, monitor political trends and public sentiment regarding the new Libya. The revolution began in eastern Libya, and the view of these 2 million inhabitants will certainly influence events going forward. Secretary Clinton, do you agree with Ambassador Stevens' view that there were important reasons to have a presence in Benghazi despite the risks?
Yes, I do.
Other documents show that Ambassador Stevens continued to advocate for continued U.S. presence once he became ambassador to Libya. In fact, at the end of August, just 2 weeks before the attacks, he was working on a proposal for a permanent presence. As that proposal explained, quote, a permanent branch office in Benghazi to provide a permanent platform to protect U.S. national security interests in the region and to promote a stronger, healthier, and more vibrant bilateral relationship with the new, free, and democratic Libya. While Ambassador Stevens took seriously the significant security incidents in Benghazi that occurred in June, he never decided that the risk outweighed the benefit, and he never recommended closing the post in Benghazi. He worked with his counterparts to try to manage that risk as best they could. In its report, the Benghazi Accountability Review Board found, quote, the total elimination of risk is a non-starter for U.S. diplomacy, given the need for the U.S. government to be present in places where stability and security are often most profoundly lacking and host government support is sometimes minimal to non-existent. Secretary Clinton, this is such a difficult issue, the balancing of interests. From your perspective as a former senator and Secretary of State, how do you best ensure that we are striking the right balance going forward?
Well, Congresswoman, thank you for that question, because I do think that's what we should be talking about, and several of you have posed similar questions. I think you do start with the best expert and experienced advice that you can get from across our government. And as you rightly point out, Chris Stevens never recommended that we close Benghazi. He advocated for keeping Benghazi open, and as you rightly refer to this email, for a particular configuration that would fulfill the needs of our country being represented there. Obviously, you have to constantly do this balancing act that I referred to earlier today. And most times we get it right. In fact, the vast majority of times we get it right. With Benghazi, the CIA did not have any plans to close their facility. The opinion of those with the greatest understanding of our mission, our diplomatic mission in Benghazi, was exactly the same, that we should not close down, we should not leave Benghazi. And it's, obviously something that you have to be constantly evaluating in all of these difficult, unstable spots around the world. But I appreciate your bringing to the committee's attention the strong opinion of the man who knew the most and was on the ground and who understood what we were trying to achieve in Benghazi, Ambassador Stevens.
Was it your understanding that he certainly understood the risk of being there?
He definitely understood the risks, yes.
Thank you. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. The chair will now recognize the gentlelady from Indiana, Ms. Brooks.
Secretary Clinton, I'd like to ask you a bit about your decision-making and the discussions you had as it related to how long the Benghazi mission itself was going to last. I'm putting up a map just because most of us really don't know much about Libya, don't know much about the geography of Libya, and as we've talked about these various communities, I don't think most people really realized. So I want to share with you that we know from my last round that Chris Stevens went into Benghazi in April of 2011. And I want to talk to you about what happened the rest of that year. And just because there was a lot going on, I thought it would be helpful to have this map. So by mid-July, our government formally recognized the TNC as the official government of Libya, replacing the Gaddafi regime. And TNC was based in Benghazi at that time. And then in August, after the Gaddafi government fell, Gaddafi went over he left Tripoli, where Gaddafi had been headquartered, and he went into hiding in Sirte. Now, once that happened, the TNC moved their Benghazi headquarters over to Tripoli. And then in September, we reopened our embassy in Tripoli, and Ambassador Kretz returned. He had been evacuated previously, and Chris Stevens stayed in Benghazi. Does that sound like an accurate summary of the summer of 2011?
It does sound accurate, except I'm not sure exactly the duration of Ambassador Stevens' presence in Benghazi during those months.
Well, that leads to my next question. What was your plan for the mission in the fall of 2011 and going forward? What were the discussions you had, and who did you have those discussions with about the mission of Benghazi going forward in 2011?
Well, as you may have heard, Congresswoman, the email that Congresswoman Sanchez introduced into the record was from the fall of 2011, and there was quite a discussion going on between officials in the State Department, in the intelligence community, in both Washington and Libya about the path forward. The Transitional National Council had been based in Benghazi, and there was a dispute even within the Libyans themselves as to whether they would split the government, whether the government would be located predominantly but not exclusively in Tripoli, or as some were hoping, predominantly but not exclusively in Benghazi. So this was all a very live subject that was being debated, both in Libya and with respect to what our response would be in Washington. So we at Chris Stevens' strong urging and that of other of our experienced diplomats, wanted to maintain a presence in Benghazi in some form. We reopened our embassy in Tripoli, which had been the historical capital, certainly under Gaddafi. But this was a constant discussion about what we should do, when and where, and I think that's why this email from Chris Stevens about his recommendations is so informative.
Well, and thank you, and I'll get to that in just a moment, but I have to ask you, I assume that your Chief of Staff, Cheryl Mills, was intimately involved in these discussions with you and with your top staff. She's one of your staff, as you were referring to them, is that right?
Well, she covered a broad range of issues. I'm sure she was involved in some of the discussions, but she had many other responsibilities, so I can't say all of them.
I'd like to refer you to an update on Tripoli operations provided to Cheryl Mills on September 14th. And at the top of that two-page memo, assumptions for Benghazi in September were gradual winding down of operations over the next 6 months, transition to Tripoli only by January 2012, no consulate. No consulate meant no consulate in Benghazi. This was in September. Would that be fair and accurate? And were you in that briefing with Ms. Mills, or did she brief you about the fact that in September, the game plan was to shut down Benghazi?
Well, I think you have to look at that in context, Congresswoman. There was not an active plan for a consulate in Benghazi at any point during this period. That is not what the compound in Benghazi was. It was a temporary facility placed there to help us make a determination as to what we would need going forward in Benghazi. There was a strong argument that Chris Stevens and others made that they hoped eventually there might be a consulate, but there was never an agreement to have a consulate.
And in fact, if it had been deemed a consulate, it would have had a different level of security. Is that correct? Than a temporary mission compound.
Well,
isn't that accurate? That consulates have certain levels of security. There are standards, there are protocols. When it is a consulate, it gets a certain level of security.
That is the hoped for outcome. That is not what happens in the very beginning in many places, especially the hot spots and the conflict areas where a consulate is stood up.
Can you talk with me about the decision then? There is a briefing with respect to, after the closing rather, of the consulate in Benghazi by January of 2012. We know it didn't close. It did not close. You went to Tripoli in October of 2011. Ambassador Kretz was still there. How about Chris Stevens? Did Chris Stevens come over from Benghazi to see you when you went for that big trip in October 11?
I don't recall. I don't recall if he did or not. This was about Ambassador Kretz, and Ambassador Kretz was the person that we were meeting with at that time.
What was your purpose for meeting with Ambassador Kretz if Chris Stevens was your expert in Libya?
Ambassador Kretz was an expert as well. Ambassador Kretz was our ambassador. You remember, as I mentioned to you before, he had been our ambassador, and then because he reported very accurately about what he observed regarding Gaddafi and Gaddafi's henchmen, when WikiLeaks disclosed internal U.S. government cables, and Gene Kretz's cables were publicized talking very critically about Gaddafi, he was then subjected to threats, and then we took him out. We did not close the embassy at that time. So he had returned to finish out his time, and we were in the process of moving him to another assignment and nominating Chris Stevens to replace him.
But you didn't during that one trip to Libya. You didn't talk to Chris Stevens, best of your recollection.
While I was
during
in
that time.
Libya, I don't recall that. Of course, we consulted with him with respect to planning the trip as to who we would meet with, what we would ask for. We were trying very hard to get the people in positions of authority at that time in Libya to let us work with them on everything from border security to collecting weapons and trying to disarm the militias. We had a lot of business we were doing with them.
So going back to Ms. Sanchez's email with respect from John Stevens to Ms. Polishek, it talks about option A, as you've pointed out, slimming down the compound. And so he weighed in October, he was weighing in on whether or not the compound should stay open. But I'd like to direct your attention to an email that's at tab 4, dated December 15th from Chris Stevens. And I might add for the record, we do not still, to this day, have all of Chris Stevens' emails. We received 1,300 more this week. We received most of them last week. We don't have the universe yet of Ambassador Stevens' emails. But he emailed to a reporting officer who we know was in Benghazi still. He wrote, interesting, has security improved in Benghazi in recent weeks? Also curious what you guys decided to do regarding future of the compound. He was in Washington, D.C., or back in the States during that time, and in December, Ambassador Stevens, your soon-to-be ambassador, didn't know what was going to happen with the compound in Benghazi. How is that possible?
Well, Congresswoman, one of the great attributes that Chris Stevens had was a really good sense of humor. And I just see him smiling as he's typing this because it is clearly in response to the email down below talking about picking up a few, quote, fire sale items from the Brits.
Those fire sale items, by the way, fire sale items are barricades.
That's right.
They are additional
That's
requests for security for the compound. That's what that fire sale was, because we weren't providing enough physical security for the compound. Isn't that right? So they're picking up a fire sale because other consulates are pulling out, other countries are pulling out.
Well, I thought it showed their entrepreneurial spirit, Congresswoman,
Absolutely.
and I applaud them for doing so. We did respond to a number of the security requests, the physical security requests. The posters that were up earlier this morning were only about the number of diplomatic security personnel. If you're talking about physical barriers, physical additions to the compound, there were quite a few of those that were undertaken.
But how is it that Mr. Stevens did not know in December whether or not the compound was going to remain open?
Well,
or do you think that was a joke he was making?
Well, I think that if it were not an example of his sense of humor, it was also as part of the ongoing discussion about Mission Benghazi's future, which he went to great lengths to describe what he thought should be done. You know, a lot of it was trying to decide, could we afford it? Could we maintain it? What did we need to have there? So, yes, there was an ongoing discussion. And I think he knew he was going to be in line to go to Tripoli, and he wanted to know exactly what the decision was going to be about the compound. He had weighed in, not only in that email, but in numerous discussions with his colleagues back at the State Department.
And finally, Secretary Clinton, we know that the compound, the Benghazi mission, was extended for yet another year, because that same month, your Benghazi point person here in Washington, Jeff Feltman, sent a memo wanting to extend Benghazi through 2012, and he sent it to Undersecretary Patrick Kennedy, who approved it. Another high-level official, who, by the way, for the record, State Department has given us none of Undersecretary Patrick Kennedy's emails yet. Same with Jeffrey Feltman, very high-level officials within the State Department. Are you familiar with that memo sent on December 27th entitled Future of Operations in Benghazi, Libya? Are you familiar with that memo? And
Well,
if so, did Assistant Secretary Feltman discuss that memo with you at the time and discuss extending the mission in Benghazi in December of 11?
I'm familiar that there was an ongoing discussion about the future of the mission in Benghazi.
A discussion between whom, man?
Between all of the relevant officials in the State Department.
Help me with understanding.
Well, Jeff
who those
Feltman was
were.
one of them.
Okay. Who
Obviously,
else?
Chris Stevens was one of them, but there were many others who had information and expertise to add to it, and there was a recommendation that Benghazi be continued through 2012 as part of the continuing evaluation of whether or what we wanted to have on a more permanent basis in Benghazi.
And do you recall, were you in those discussions? Were you specifically in those meetings? You've shared that you didn't do a lot by email, that you had more meetings and briefings. Were you in those meetings about extending Benghazi through the end of the year?
There were certainly meetings in which I was advised about the process being undertaken as to determine whether Benghazi should be extended. So yes, I was aware of the process that was ongoing, and I was kept up to date about it.
And were there any minutes or any briefings?
The gentlelady's time has expired. Chair will now recognize the gentleman from Washington, Mr. Smith.
I just want to clarify a couple of points. First of all, Ambassador Stevens had access to you.
Yes, he did.
In fact, as we were here, a former, I forget, I don't have the name in front of me, but an ambassador in Russia said that, he always had access to you, always had constant communication with you, never had your email address.
Right.
I would hope that ambassadors would have more direct and immediate lines of communication, and Ambassador Stevens certainly did,
Yes.
correct? Mm-hmm. And also, did Ambassador Stevens ever advocate either leaving Libya or abandoning Benghazi?
To the contrary, Congressman, he was a very strong advocate for staying in Libya, including in Benghazi.
And I think, what we've learned here is, well, nothing, frankly, that we didn't know already. The security situation in Libya was dangerous,
right,
without question. Would you say that Ambassador Stevens was unaware of any aspect of that?
No, I would not. I think he was very aware.
So he knew the security situation in Libya quite well.
That's right.
And yet, and again, I want to be clear on this, in his communications with you, and he had many, even if he didn't have your email address, did he ever say, did he raise the security issue directly with you?
No, he did not.
And, and the day in question, obviously he chose to go to Benghazi. He, as you have described earlier, as, all across the world today, diplomats are weighing the risks and the benefits in a lot of dangerous places. And he had to do that. And he chose to go to Benghazi.
He did, and Congressman, ambassadors in the countries they are representing the United States in do not, as a practice, ask permission from the State Department to travel in the country where they are stationed.
Right. And as well, they should not. They need to be in charge of their country. I'll also point out, on the question of emails and which ones you've received and haven't received, unfortunately, the State Department, which has been spending an enormous amount of time producing documents for this committee, cannot produce thousands of emails at the drop of a hat. And the committee chose to prioritize, your emails, but also Ms. Abedine's emails, Cheryl Mills' emails, basically Cindy Blumenthal's emails to you. They chose to prioritize those emails over the others. So the State Department is trying to get this information, but it is a question of the priorities of the committee, which brings me to the last point I'll make, and I won't take the full 10 minutes here. There are a lot of accusations that have been made back and forth about things that have been said that were or were not true. I think the one thing that was said in this hearing that is clearly the farthest from the truth is that this is not a prosecution. If you listen to the other side, this is unquestionably exactly that, a prosecution. I'd ask viewers to just go back and listen to Chairman Gowdy's questioning of you before the first break and tell me that that's not a prosecution. And I think, again, I don't know if shame, embarrassment, whatever word you wish to choose, it shouldn't be a prosecution. We have the former Secretary of State here. We should be genuinely trying to inquire about how we can gather more information. Now, the only interesting facts that seem to be brought up are always referenced back to the ARB, which just points up the fact that the information that we need, and again, I really want to emphasize, this was a serious, serious matter for the United States. A loss of 4 Americans is something we need to take incredibly seriously and investigate, and we did. And the information that we found out, as you've pointed out, was not always flattering. And there was no question that mistakes were made, and we hopefully learned from them. But that was investigated. So what is the purpose of this committee? And, you know, when you look at the emails they request, when you look at the questioning, the purpose of this committee is to prosecute you. And there'll be time enough for that in the next year, you know, and people will do it. We don't need to spend $4.7 million in 17 months to simply prosecute you. And all the questions about, look, the security situation was well known in Libya. The security situation in Pakistan is well known. I visited the embassy in Yemen in 2009, about a month after someone had shot a rocket-propelled grenade through the front door. The security situation there is incredibly serious, as well as it is in a whole lot of other places. And those are difficult decisions. But the effort here today seems to be that somehow you personally decided not to do your job in Libya, okay? You were apparently the advocate of the policy in Libya, apparently passionate about it, but not passionate enough to care about the security situation in Libya. And, you know, Chris Stevens, incredibly passionate about Libya, wanted to make that country work. Now, it is proven very, very difficult. Do we want to go back to Muammar Gaddafi in charge? I don't think so. And just, sorry to make a policy point, as long as I have a few minutes, you know, it's interesting to juxtapose Libya with Syria. Because, you know, just as many of my Republican colleagues are ripping apart the Obama administration and all those involved for choosing to remove Gaddafi, they are ripping apart the Obama administration, all the current officials, for choosing not to get involved in Syria. What that points up, frankly, is the difficulty of the job that you had. And I thank you for taking it. I'm not sure I would be so bold. It is a very, very dangerous world. Bad things are going to happen. And what we are witnessing today is if bad things happen, you know, you will be dragged out over months and months and months in this partisan atmosphere. And that is very, very unfortunate. This needed to be investigated. I mean, you know, 9/11. We didn't investigate 9/11. You know, 9/11/2001, just to specify, with the length and depth that we have chose to investigate this. So again, I come back to the central point, to the central problem with this committee. It is a prosecution. It is a partisan exercise. It is not trying to investigate and find out the truth. And again, we are now, do a little quick math here, 5 hours into it, count the break, maybe 4 hours into it. We have learned nothing substantively new about what happened in Benghazi. Very serious things happened. They were investigated. They were reported. Mistakes were made. They were reported. But this committee, in all that time and effort, has unearthed nothing. Instead, they want to prosecute you. And you rip apart your every word, your every email. 2 staffers 5 levels down from you who said something bad about you. I mean, my goodness, I hope I don't ever have to undergo that kind of scrutiny. I would not survive it, and I don't think many would. So, you know, I hope in the hours that we have left to do this that we will try to circle back to learning something new, to figuring out how we can best strike that balance that you described of being present in the world, but also trying to keep our people safe. Throughout the history of the country, my aunt was actually a Foreign Service officer way back when, and you know we have lost many diplomats, and she tells me about it all the time. And you know it's a difficult balance. If we can get back to that, if we can learn something new about what happened in Benghazi, I think that might be helpful. But right now, this committee is not doing a service to the 4 people who died or their families, or to preventing any of these future incidents from happening. So I thank you for your testimony. I thank you for your leadership and your willingness to do a very, very difficult job. And with that, I yield the remainder of my time to the ranking member, Mr. Cummings.
Madam Secretary, maybe an hour or so ago, we were talking about the diplomatic security folks on the night of the incident, and you look like it appeared that you wanted to say a little bit more about that and what they. Speaking of that, the incident, would you like to elaborate?
Well, thank you, Congressman. You know, I don't want anything that is said to me or about me to take away from the heroic efforts that the diplomatic security officers exhibited. The 5 men who were with Chris and Sean Smith risked their lives repeatedly and were themselves under grave threat. I wanted to point out that even when we try to get it right, which we do try, sometimes there are unintended consequences, and there is an example out of this tragedy. Coming out of previous assessments of attacks on facilities, we now have safe havens, safe rooms in facilities, particularly residences. The diplomatic security officers were able to get both Chris and Sean into that safe room. Of course, the idea behind the safe room, why security experts advocated for them, was to protect our civilians, our diplomats, from attacks like the one that was occurring. The attackers used diesel fuel to set the compound on fire. And the safe room was anything but safe. I'm sure the committee members know that neither Chris Stevens nor Sean Smith died from injuries directly inflicted by the attackers. They both died of smoke inhalation. And one of the recommendations in this ARB report is that when we have safe havens, we need to have equipment that will enable people that are safe within them to withstand what happened in Benghazi. The lead diplomatic security officer, who was with both the ambassador and Sean Smith, endeavored to lead them to safety through a wall of black smoke. He wanted to get them out of the compound interior up to the roof, where they could be out of the fire and also out of the attackers' assault. He himself nearly died of smoke inhalation. When he looked around to make sure that both Sean and Chris were with him, he couldn't find them. Rather than proceeding and saving himself, which would be a natural human instinct, he turned back into that black diesel smoke, desperately trying to find Chris and Sean. He did find Sean, and Sean had succumbed to smoke inhalation. And the diplomatic security officer managed to take Sean out of the building. He could not find Chris Stevens. One of the horrors of the hours after the attack was our failure to be able to find where the ambassador was. We hoped against hope that he had somehow gotten himself out of the compound and that he was alive somewhere, maybe in the back. And additional efforts by the diplomatic security officers and then eventually by the CIA reinforcements that arrived to find his body, or to find him, hopefully, were unsuccessful. And they had to withdraw because of the continuing attack back to the CIA annex before we knew what had happened to the ambassador. We were desperate, and we were trying to call everybody we knew in Benghazi, in Libya, get additional help. What appears to have happened at some point later is that Libyans found Ambassador Stevens, and they carried him to the hospital in Benghazi. And Libyan doctors labored nearly 2 hours to try to resuscitate him. And I mention all of this because I want not just the committee members, but any viewers in the public to understand that this was the fog of war, that the diplomatic security officers and then later the CIA officers responded with heroism, professionalism, as they had been trained to do. We thought things would be safe once they took refuge in the CIA annex. And as we know, even though that was a highly fortified, much more secure facility than our diplomatic compound, and one that we had nothing to do with in the State Department, it turned out also to be a target for the militants, which is where the two CIA contractors, Mr. Woods and Mr. Doherty, died. But in looking at all of the information, the Accountability Review Board, and particularly Admiral Mullen, who was focused on what happened, what the security personnel did that night, came out agreeing that they were heroic and they did all they could do to try to save their colleagues' lives.
Thank you.
The gentleman yields back. Madam Secretary, I appreciate you going through their heroism. I really do. It's moving to hear from it, and frankly, it infuriates me to hear folks to my left who don't raise a single whisper about spending $50 million to train 5 ISIS fighters. But God forbid we spend 1/10 of that to give some answers to the family members sitting on the first row. So I appreciate you discussing their heroism while some of my colleagues discuss money. With that, Mr. Pompeo.
I should add for that, I think, Mr. Smith gave a soliloquy. I think it was elegant, but more importantly, I think it was representative of the behavior of the Democrats on this panel. Since May of 2014, not one finger, not one question for a witness. They say they want to get at the truth, but the truth of the matter is they spent most of their time today, anybody can rewind the tape and find they spent most of their time today attacking members of this committee and this process, and I regret that. I think that's a violation of their duty to the country, and most importantly, their duty to the families. I want to go back to a couple things I talked to you about a bit before, Madam Secretary. So Ambassador Stevens didn't have your email, is that correct? Your personal email?
I'm sorry, what did you ask me?
Ambassador Stevens did not have your personal email address. We've established that.
Yes, that's right.
Did he have your cell phone number?
Nobody had the 24-hour number of the state operations in the State Department that can reach me 24/7.
Yes, ma'am. Did he have your fax number?
He had the fax number of the State Department.
Did he have your home address?
No, I don't think any ambassador has ever asked me for that.
Did he ever stop by your house?
No, he did not, Congressman.
Mr. Blumenthal had each of those and did each of those things. This man upon whom provided you so much information on Libya had access to you in ways that were very different than the access that a very senior diplomat had to you and your person. I had a picture up here a bit ago of a man named Wissam bin Hamid. You said you didn't recognize who he was. Were you ever briefed that he was present at the compound the night that Ambassador Stevens was killed?
We're trying to track down the basis of your question, Congressman. We have no information at this time.
My question is a yes or no question. It's pretty simple.
Well, I don't have any information that I can provide to you, yes or no, because I know nothing about this.
So the question is, were you briefed? And the answer is?
We don't know anything about it, so how could I have been briefed about something we know nothing about?
Great, thank you. Are all ARBs created equal?
Well, there have been 19, including the one that we impaneled after Benghazi. They've all been led by distinguished Americans. They've all been set up in accordance with the laws and rules that the Congress established when they created the legislation to establish ARBs. So I assume in those respects they are created equal.
Yes, ma'am. You know, I asked a pretty simple yes or no question, I guess. And I'm happy to let you expand. I'm happy to bring breakfast in. But when we ask a yes or no question, it'd sure be helpful if we could get to the answer. It wasn't a trick question at all. Are the recommendations of each ARB worthy of equal treatment?
Well, they certainly are worthy of follow-up by the department, and I believe that they have been.
There was an ARB, please, if you put up the poster, please. There was an ARB in 1998. You said this before in your testimony. 200 folks were killed. Here's what its recommendation said. It said, quote, special mission security posture that was inadequate for Benghazi and was, excuse me, this is from the most recent one. I want to know if you agree with this. Special mission security posture that was inadequate for Benghazi and grossly inadequate to deal with the attack that took place. Do you agree with that statement from the current ARB?
I accepted the recommendations of the current
Madam
ARB.
Secretary, my question is if you agree with it.
I don't think that's a relevant question,
Madam
Congressman.
Secretary.
I think the question is, I accepted their recommendations, and obviously their recommendations were based on their very thorough investigation and analysis. So clearly, I endorsed the entire board's work.
In January 2014, Senator Feinstein, noted conservative, said, quote, in her report, the incidents at the TMF and CIA were likely preventable, end of quote. Do you agree with that statement from Senator Feinstein's report?
Well, I would like to think that anything of that magnitude and the loss of life could have in some way been preventable. I think that what the ARB recommended were steps to try to enhance our ability to prevent future attacks.
Let's go back. I want to go back now. I have the right poster up. I apologize for that. In 1998, here's what the ARB said. It said, quote, the Secretary of State should personally review the security situation of embassy chanceries and other official premises, closing those which are highly vulnerable and threatened, end of quote. You've told us all day today that you don't think you should have been involved, and I'm quoting again from the ARB, personally reviewing security. How do you square that?
Well, there are a couple of important points to make about this, Congressman. First, I made a number of decisions to close embassy, chanceries, and other official premises based on security. I closed the embassy in Tripoli. I had to evacuate all of the Americans out of Libya. We had to, lease ferries that came from Malta. We closed embassies and other facilities when we had a strong consensus recommendation that it was necessary to do. So that is a statement of secretarial responsibility. Now, with respect to looking at every security request, how high should the wall be, whether there should be barricades placed on the east or the west side, that is handled by the security professionals. So clearly, I closed embassies. I recommended that embassies and other facilities be closed. So I understand what that point is.
Madam Secretary, this is yes or no question. Do you think you complied with what the ARB in 1998 said and personally reviewed the security at Benghazi?
Well, that is not what my understanding of the 1998
No, it's just words,
ARB.
Madam Secretary. They're right there.
Well, and I just answered. I personally reviewed security situations of chanceries and other official facilities that were recommended because they were highly vulnerable and threatened to be closed. And we closed some. Some we were able to reopen, which is kind of part of the process. With respect to the 1998 ARB recommendations, by the time I became secretary, having succeeded two secretaries who served during very dangerous and threatening times, there was an assessment made that I certainly was briefed into that we had to look at how best to professionalize the security and the expert advice that we were receiving. That was exactly what I did, and I went further than that. I created a new position, a deputy secretary for resources and management. I also had recommended after our ARB, the Deputy Assistant Secretary for High Threats. So this was a constant discussion about how to make us secure, but not whether or not the Secretary of State should decide on the height of the barricades. I think that's where we may not be fully understanding one another, Congressman. Of course, specific questions about closing embassy chanceries and other official premises that were vulnerable and threatened, of course they came to me. I had to make the decision. Deciding whether the wall would be 10 feet, 12 feet, whether there'd be 3 security agents or 5. That was the province, as it should have been, of the professionals.
Madam Secretary, here's another one from the 1998 ARB. Quote, first and foremost, the Secretary should take a personal and active role in carrying out the responsibility ensuring the security of U.S. diplomatic personnel abroad. Do you believe you complied with that requirement from the 1998 ARB?
Yes, I do. I believe that I had established a process, and I said earlier today, State Department and our security professionals have to be 100% right, and I think that what happened in Benghazi was a tragedy and something that we all want to prevent from ever happening again. But there were many, many situations, many security issues that we had to deal with during the 4 years that I was Secretary of State. And I did leave what I hope will be a very important additional position, namely the Deputy for High Threat Posts, that now will focus solely on what are considered the highest threat places in the world for our personnel.
Madam Secretary, I hope you can understand the difference between creating a deputy under Assistant Secretary and America's senior diplomat getting involved in personal security. The amount of resources that can be moved, the speed with which they will move, rested only in your hands.
Well, I just respectfully
organizations
disagree
myself.
with that, Congressman. It's been my experience that you want to find people who are dedicated 100% to security. You don't want a secretary or anyone dipping in and out, maybe making decisions based on factors other than what the professionals decide. At least that is my very strong opinion.
Yes, ma'am. Leaders lead. I've just got a few seconds. In all of the materials that have been produced to us to date, I have not yet found the document that was prepared at your request for post-Gaddafi planning. Did you have such a document prepared prior to the time that Mr. Gaddafi was removed?
We had a number of documents. We had a long list of areas that we were working on and the process for following up on those areas. I don't know if it was one document or a dozen documents, but we had a lot of work that was ongoing, both at the State Department and at USAID.
And did you ask for those documents to be prepared? Do you know if you had a team working on that, or if it was just something that was happening of its own accord?
We had a number of people who were working on that. There were, as I said, I sent both of my deputies out to Libya to meet with the Libyans. You know, we can do all the planning we want in Washington, but it's very important to ask the Libyans both what they want and what they expect from us. And so we had an ongoing dialogue that lasted over many months.
Yes, ma'am, I agree with that. We'll get a chance to talk about that in a bit. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The chair will now recognize the gentlelady from Illinois, Ms. Duckworth.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Secretary Clinton, I apologize. My line of questioning will probably be a little bit boring because I'm going to get into some details that actually have to deal with security and how we can better safeguard America's diplomats now and onwards. I have to say that the ARB conducted by Admiral Mullen, a man of great military pedigree and long service to this nation, quite honorable, brave service, as well as Ambassador Pickering, I thought was well conducted and well thought out. And in fact, don't just take my word from it, I'm a pretty low-ranking member of the House, but Buck McKeon, the Republican chairman, longtime Republican chairman of the House Armed Services Committee also, and never once in our committee hearing did I hear him malign the work that was done in that ARB, as we on that committee also looked into what happened. So I want to look at some of the findings from that ARB, and I want specifically to examine the failures of the Blue Mountain Libya security guards and the February 13 militia on that exact day, September 11th, 2012. My understanding is in Benghazi, neither the host country's militia forces nor the State Department's private local guards were capable of defending our personnel. These poorly trained forces either did not show up, they retreated in the face of danger, or simply lacked the necessary tools to fight back effectively. I want to learn the lessons from Benghazi and hold everyone accountable, not just the State Department, but every agency involved, as well as Congress ourselves and this committee itself, for implementing significant comprehensive reforms that will prevent future tragedies. So, looking at the work that I've done on Armed Services Committee and on Oversight Government Reform, I've been consistently concerned with the cost and consequences of federal contract mismanagement. Costs the American taxpayers a lot of dollars. So I want to look at the State Department's policy of awarding local guard contracts using a very inflexible contract vehicle known as the lowest price technically acceptable, or LPTA, vehicle. I think that should have raised red flags here in Congress. When life and limb are at risk, such as when buying body armor for our troops overseas or barriers for our embassies, I don't know that lowest price technically acceptable is the right vehicle. So can you discuss a little bit, why is it that the State Department appears to have awarded local guard contracts in Libya using this contracting method?
Congresswoman, I think that's another very important question. I think the State Department, like much of the rest of the government, often feels under pressure to go to the lowest price, whether or not that lowest price is the best contract. And we had a lot of challenges, not just in Libya, but in many places around the world, trying to work to find the right contractors to provide static security for a lot of our posts and facilities, to find more kinetic contractors who could be the front line of defense, since we, as we discussed earlier, were stationed in so many places where there were not American military that could be called and quickly respond. So I would like very much, and perhaps there could be a working group with Armed Services and Foreign Affairs and others to look to see whether we couldn't get a little more flexibility into this decision-making, because the February 17th militia was viewed by the CIA, which had vetted it, as well as by our diplomats, as a reliable source for kinetic support. Sometimes it worked, and sometimes it didn't. And the static support proved to be not very useful at all on that night. So I think you're really raising an important issue about how to get more flexibility into the contracting, because we're not going to be able to bring American military forces to every place where we are in a high threat post, either because the military can't afford to do that for us or because the host country won't invite us in. And the other problem, as you pointed out, is that if the host country doesn't have any real resources, it's hard to know how much they can produce. That night I was calling the president of Libya and demanding that he find any friendly militia, any friendly anybody, to show up and to support us. When our reinforcements, the security reinforcements from Tripoli landed, a militia showed up and in fact kept them there until they had a big enough group to accompany them to the CIA annex. So it's a very unpredictable and even erratic process, and it starts with, in many instances, the lowest price, and I don't think that's always the best way to get a contract for security.
I happen to agree with you, and I think actually the LPTA that I'm talking about, that actually sets very inflexible standards for specifically the Department of State, is actually a law passed by Congress in 1990. So when you talk about maybe some sort of a working group, Congress needs to do our part and maybe amend a 35-year-old law that actually forced the State Department to go with the lowest price. Secretary Clinton, can you address what actions Congress can fix problems that have to do with host country instituted stringent policies given the use of private security guards? My understanding is that the country of Libya, the host nation in this case, did not allow your security contractors to carry firearms. The Blue Mountain Guards, I think the Blue Mountain Guards were not allowed to carry firearms.
Right.
Is that right?
Yeah, the Blue Mountain was not. Certainly our diplomatic security officers were. The militia members who were supposed to be providing kinetic help for us were. So it was only the static guards that were not. Now, I will say that, some of those guards did stand their ground. They were basically run over. Several of them were injured the night of the attack. So I don't want to cast aspersions on all of them and the service they provided, but it was not adequate for what we needed then or really at any time.
Are we facing that same type of restrictions in other nations as well, in other hotspots? We talked earlier about the 19 missions that are out there with this type of issues with the LPTA and contracting, and as well as host nation requirements?
Yes, we do. You know, the host nation gets to call a lot of the shots. Under the Vienna Convention, the host nation is responsible for providing security for to get that is required. And, you know, in some cases, we've been able to work out arrangements with the host countries. Some we have just defied them and tried to be very quiet about what we were doing, and others, you know, we are prohibited. So it's a constant, again, it goes back to that balancing of risk and reward that we're always doing.
Going back to the ARB conducted by Admiral Mullins and Ambassador Pickering, how many of their recommendations did U.S. Secretary of State accept?
I accepted all of them. They made 29 recommendations, Congresswoman. I accepted all 29 of them and began to implement them before I left the State Department, and I know that Secretary Kerry has continued that work.
Do you recommend for future secretaries and for this committee and other members of Congress some sort of a formal review process as we go onwards? I don't want there to be a review process that is triggered by death of Americans. This goes back to my earlier question about institutionalization of this process so that we make sure that our men and women in embassies right now are safe, and that they're safe tomorrow and a year from now and 10 years from now. What needs to be done so that we can make sure that our 4 heroic dead did not lay down their lives in vain?
Well, Congresswoman, before the attacks in Benghazi, the Congress never fully funded the security requests that the administration sent to Congress. Following Benghazi, that has improved, but there are still areas where I think greater funding and responsiveness would be helpful. It was unfortunate that we didn't get all the resources that might have enabled us to do more in all the high-threat posts before Benghazi, but I appreciate what the Congress has done since. The one specific recommendation that I would like to see the Congress act on expeditiously is the training facility that would be set up in order to train diplomatic security officers specifically for these high-threat situations. And I think this is overdue. I know that on a bipartisan basis, representatives from Virginia, which is the state where the site that has been identified is found, have urged in a recent op-ed that the Congress act on this. I would certainly echo that as well.
Thank you.
I thank the gentlelady. Madam Secretary, they've called votes, but we're going to try to get in Mr. Roscom, and I'm going to recognize Ms. Brooks for 10 seconds before Mr. Roscom.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And just to clarify for the record, I made a statement previously that we had received none of Undersecretary Patrick Kennedy's emails. We've received some through production of other individuals' emails. We have not received a full production of Undersecretary Patrick Kennedy's emails. So I just wanted to clarify. We do have some, but it is through other email production. Thank you. I yield back.
Yes, ma'am. General from Illinois.
Thanks. Secretary Clinton, can I just direct your attention to the screen? You're familiar with that clip. We came, we saw, he died. Is that the Clinton doctrine?
No, that was an expression of relief that the military mission undertaken by NATO and our other partners had achieved its end, and therefore no more American, European, or Arab lives would be at stake in trying to prevent Gaddafi from wreaking havoc on Libyans or causing more problems to the region and beyond.
I want to direct your attention, and maybe direct the group's attention right now, to something that hasn't really been discussed. There's been this explicit criticism of Republicans being partisans today, but I want to direct your attention to what is actually going on with you and your team, many of whom are here today with you. So Jake Sullivan, one of your close advisors that you just told us about, put together the TikTok on Libya memo, and that was a memo that was all about you. It put together 22 different accomplishments, and you were the central figure in all 22 of those accomplishments. And I've got to tell you, it's really well put together. He uses language of action and initiative and leadership. Let me just give you a couple of these. HRC, that's you obviously, announces, directs, appoints special envoy, travels to G8, secures Russian abstention, secures transition of command and control, travels to Berlin, Rome, Abu Dhabi, Istanbul. He's basically laying the foundation that the Libya policy is your policy. Essentially, he's making the argument that it's your baby. And you are clearly familiar with this timeline because in email exchanges with your senior staff, you were not happy about it. And the part that you weren't happy about wasn't that you were the focal point, is that it didn't include enough. So you said, this is your email. What bothers me is that the policy office prepared the timeline, but it doesn't include much of what I did. Another time you said, the timeline is totally inadequate, which bothers me about our record keeping, and I'll come back to that in a minute, Secretary. For example, I was in Paris in 319 when the attack started. It's not on the timeline. What else is missing? Go over as soon as possible. Now, this timeline was put together, according to your senior staff, explicitly for an article that came out in the Washington Post entitled, Clinton's Key Role in Libya Conflict. And in fact, according to your staff, quote, the comprehensive TikTok memo Jake had put together was done in large part for the Warwick piece. It was a piece written by Joby Warwick at the Washington Post. And again, according to your staff, the great detail Joby had came entirely from Jake. That's Jake Sullivan. Joby didn't do any independent research. That's according to your staff. Now, this article, it's one of these articles that you read a couple of times if it's about you. Here are some excerpts. Washington Post, a foreign policy success for the Obama administration and its most famous cabinet minister, Secretary of State Hillary Rodham Clinton. Or this, she went to Paris. There were no instructions from the White House on whether to support strong action in Libya, said a senior State Department official. Yet within 3 days, the official said, Clinton began to see a way forward. And I think my personal favorite is this. Clinton, ignoring the advice of State Department lawyers, convinced Obama to grant full diplomatic recognition to the rebels. Now, you and your team were pleased with the work that you did and the risks that you took, the leadership that you took. A couple of hours ago, you told me, hey, I'm the diplomat here. I'm driving the policy. And isn't it true that you'd been thinking about getting political credit actually for months on this?
No.
Well, if that's your answer, let me draw your attention, Madam Secretary.
But Congressman, you let me please,
All right,
if I
fair enough. Go
could.
ahead.
We were trying to make sure that what was written, because it's not always accurate, in case you all haven't noticed in your own careers, what was written about a very important foreign policy effort by this administration was accurate. This was all in response, as I understand it, to a reporter trying to ask questions and us providing the best possible information we could. In fact, trying to make sure that we ourselves had a good timeline and that our record keeping was accurate. I think that is not an uncommon experience here in Washington. Somebody calls you up, says, I'm writing a story. What can you tell us? And you tell them.
Well, Secretary Clinton, that's not all that was going on, though. Isn't that right? Because you knew that this was good for you. Because this is what you were writing in August of 2011. This is right after Tripoli fell. You wrote, what about the idea of my flying to Martha's Vineyard to see the president for 30 minutes and then making a statement with him alone? Or you asked your staff how to convince the White House that this would be good for the president. And these are your words, Madam Secretary. It's a great opportunity to describe all that we've been doing before the French try to take all the credit. In fact, your staff told you that they thought it would be a political boost for the president, showing that he was huddling with you instead of being on vacation. And so you asked your chief of staff Jake Sullivan asked your chief of staff, Cheryl Mills, to call Dennis McDonough, now the president's chief of staff, to put together a full court press. I'll wait while you read Jake's note.
Thank you. Because I don't.
Well, here's my question.
I'm waiting for a question.
Well, go ahead. You finish reading, and I'll start talking.
Well, one thing I wanted, which
Well,
since I don't have what you're reading in front of me, Congressman.
It's tab 12.
Well, that has now been handed to me, and it's clear that I wanted to make sure Chris Stevens, Jeff Feltman, DOD got credit. I wrote that. You did not quote that.
Yeah, but this is
I
all
mean,
about
let's-
state of mind at that particular point. You were thinking about credit for you, isn't that right?
No, that's not. I wanted those who were part of this policy to be given recognition, and I also wanted to be sure that we had the President and the White House coordinating with us. It was a very gutsy decision for the President to make, Congressman. It was not by any means an easy call. As I alluded earlier this morning, I was in that Situation Room many, many times, watching the President have to balance competing interests, competing opinions, trying to make a decision. When he made the decision that the United States would support NATO and support the Arabs, there was no guarantee about how it would turn out. And I personally believe he deserved a lot of credit, as did Chris Stevens, Jeff Feltman, the Department of Defense, and others. We had a daily phone call, a daily secure phone call that often included the President, included the generals and the admirals responsible for our mission, included our top diplomats. This was a very important and challenging effort that we undertook, in large measure to support our NATO allies. So I wanted everybody who had any role in it to be acknowledged.
Well, and then on August 2011, you received an email from Sidney Blumenthal, that's tab 11, in which he wrote this to you. This is a historic moment, and you will be credited for realizing it. When Gaddafi himself is finally removed, you should, of course, make a public statement before the cameras wherever you are, even in the driveway of your vacation home. You must go on camera. That was Blumenthal's admonishment to you.
And I don't recall doing that, just in case you're going to ask me.
Yeah, but I mean, look, the timing. You forwarded Blumenthal's suggestion to Jake Sullivan, and you were focused on how dramatic it would be. You were working to make this the story of the day. Isn't that right? This is your email to Jake. This is tab 11. This is your words, Madam Secretary. Sid makes a good case for what I should say, but it's premised on being said after Gaddafi goes, which will make it more dramatic. That's my hesitancy, since I'm not sure how many chances I'll get. So 2 months before the end of the Gaddafi regime, and you're already planning on how to make your statement dramatic to maximize political gains. Isn't that right?
Congressman, I think that what we were trying to do was to keep the American people informed about this policy. It was, as you recall, somewhat controversial. Now, there were Republicans as well as Democrats who advocated for it, and there were Republicans as well as Democrats who were concerned about it. So I think as Secretary of State, I did have an obligation at some point to be part of the public discussion about what had occurred. And I see nothing at all unusual about trying to figure out when would be the best time to do that.
Isn't it true that your staff heard from the White House after the Warwick piece in the Washington Post that they were concerned, that is the White House, of the amount of credit that you were getting as opposed to the amount of credit the President's getting? That's true, isn't it, Madam Secretary?
Look, the President deserves the lion's share of the credit.
And why is the White House uptight that you're taking the credit?
Well, I was often being asked that. The President had a lot of other stuff going on. He was still trying to, rescue the economy, a lot of other things happening. So from my perspective, the President deserves the credit. He's the one who made the decision. I was honored to be part of the team that advised him, and insofar as I was able to explain what we did and what the import of it was, I was ready to do so.
So when Jake Sullivan, tab 11, emails you and said that you should publicize this in all of your television appearances, they wanted to, quote, have you lay down something definitive, almost like the Clinton doctrine. That wasn't the Obama doctrine, is that right, Madam Secretary?
Well, I think
this was the Clinton doctrine.
Well, Look, I think that the effort we made, the way we put together the coalition, the way I put together the coalition that imposed sanctions on Iran, I think that there is a lot to talk about. I talked about smart power. If you're talking about what I believe we have to use every tool at our disposal. Lead with diplomacy, support with development, and when necessary, as a last resort, not a first choice, defense. So yes, is that what I believe? It is what I believe, and I think that Libya was to some extent an example of that.
And you were the author of the Libya policy. You were the one that drove it. It was your baby. It was an attempt to use smart power, and that's what you tried to do. Isn't that right?
It certainly was something that I came to believe was in the interests of the United States to join with our NATO allies and our Arab partners in doing the decision, as all decisions in any administration was made by the president. So the president deserves the historic credit, what role I played. I'm very grateful to have had that chance, and I'm very convinced that it was the right thing to do.
Well, you just recited the Clinton Doctrine to us, and let me tell you what I think the Clinton Doctrine is. I think it's where an opportunity is seized to turn progress in Libya into a political win for Hillary Rodham Clinton. And at the precise moment when things look good, take a victory lap, like on all the Sunday shows 3 times that year before Gaddafi was killed, and then turn your attention to other things. I yield back.
Well, Congressman, that is only a political statement, which you well understand, and I don't understand why that has anything to do with what we are supposed to be talking about today.
Madam Secretary, votes have been called, so we will go vote and be in recess, and we will be back as quickly as we can.
Okay. So we should, Joe, we should go to the...